Start talking at 3. Say that every time. I just tell myself, don't say that. Then I say it. Good Sunday afternoon. Morning if you're left of Eastern America time. Good evening, afternoon, night. If you're over the oceans, hello and hi are done. Let's just go straight to the checklist. Flying solo for the moment. Flying solo on to the checklist. Gotta keep the log. Working on it. We'll figure out somebody. One of the things that I know is on there. It's down below in the description. We did a tech test last night with Discord. Screen sharing. It went okay. I had a lot of audio drop out on my end. Went back. Everybody else reported that things were fine and that the faraway broadcast and receiving it off of the YouTube live was fine. It was just me. It loaded up my computer about, I don't know, 30 to 50% bouncing back and forth and made all the fans real loud. I hope you guys aren't hearing hum in stream. I went silent for a minute to make sure it wasn't showing on the OBS volume meter. There's something going on in my electronics in my life. I've got a bad hum in my left ear. I haven't tried unplugging the headphones and see if it's coming through the speakers of the computer as well. Just dealing with it, moving on. But the tech test was good. We did screen share of the web browser through Discord. 15 is FPS. We're not supposed to use acronyms without saying what they mean, but I'm not typing it. I'm just going to say it. Frames per second. Left all the other settings default. It did fine. So we're getting closer to do some real live something or other screen sharing, being able to put some video up, and so we won't be able to do things like super duper everybody has their own pause button. We will be able to do video react stuff by downloading videos and making sure that all that goes good. The chat will still be, I think we figured out 40 to 60 seconds behind, depending on who got what where. Chat, lag, or latency was, I better put YouTube chat. YouTube chat, lag or latency was 40 through 60 seconds. Kind of a bummer. That's where it has always been from the beginning. One day we were plugging along at about 25 or 20 seconds when we benchmarked it and checked it out. Just living and learning. It can be done. I don't know how bad it will be trying to do a screen share of video while live streaming through OBS. Oh, I just looked down and realized I'm running on my Wi-Fi today again too. Oops. That's my wireless network connection. Every now and then, Windows 11 automatically updates it to not working. It unalives all of the networks. So being on the wire, either way, it's the same router. The wire just seems to be better. Wow. So anyway, the tech test was good. Times they are improving. We're getting somewhere. We're having better ideas. Oh, let's move on to. There's still many other things, like trying to figure out how to get the icon showing on screen horizontally instead of vertically. Don't know if that needs to happen. I already know how to right click and auto hide the taskbar or do other things. Have studied tech test. Success, sort of. Let's go to tech failure, Yahoo, communication breakdown. I was going to get the Led Zeppelin song. That's where it's always the same line comes from. Oh gosh, I forgot. Check. Check the stuff. I still don't have definitive answers. Yesterday I tried to use an email list to send out everything in the plan and the checklist. Whatever's below in the description goes out in email to people that might be involved. Epic fail. Yahoo blocked it for frequencies. And then I tried to go send it to myself, which worked at my Yahoo account. Yeah, we are live. Yahoo frequency. So I sent it to myself and then tried to forward it to the same two that Yahoo wouldn't let them have it. And it waited like 9 or 10 hours to send me back a bounce that said Yahoo servers have rejected. Hi, George.
Hey,
Too many recipients, too much from your IP to Yahoo accounts. So I said, well, let's try from Yahoo to Yahoo. And same thing. If you send it to two Yahoo accounts, even from a Yahoo account, nope, one at a time. So it's worse than Google/Gmail. Dumps everything in your spam or junk folder. Everything.
you're not there. I just look.
What? I only heard I just looked.
You're not there in my spam folder. I just looked, and I've yet to receive the email that you sent me.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. It goes back to I've got to have a better way than the emails. But I don't know it. Something that
The only
has to
other
be
thing I
figured
can think
out.
is set up a different independent email, copy paste, send them out one at a time. It's a big pain in the butt.
Yeah, well, that's what I did today. And Elizabeth isn't on yet and didn't respond. You know, that's why I used communication breakdown as the title for today. Because it's not only the Yahoo and tech failures. You know, when I sent a text, I sent an email, did you get it? And get back, not an answer.
I sent an answer. I
No, I
said not
mean
yet.
to other people. I sent an email, did you get it? And got back, well, I'll try to listen in later. It's okay.
Hell, even the only reason I know is I just happen that you were on is I just happened to check YouTube to see if any of my other videos I watched came up.
Well, I sent you along in the text. I said, see it.
In line 45 minutes. I lost track of.
Okay. So the to do, figure out some other form of communications for these live things. Still on the list from way at day one before we even started doing it, day zero. We knew this to be an issue. The issue continues. And it's not Yahoo that does the junk spam folder. It does do a little bit of that. It's Gmail and Google. Yahoo just won't receive email. I sent it to me, the same one I sent to you today at my Yahoo, and I got it. So then I tried to forward it to you and someone else at Yahoo, and you obviously haven't got that one either. So probably sometime about midnight tonight, I'll get the bounce back from Yahoo. It says too many Yahoo recipients. This has been going on for years. But Google Gmail, even if you send from Google to Google, junk and spam folder. Hey, well, stop being so old fashioned. Make a X.
Out.
How about no thank you? We'll figure it out some other way. Yahoo! Hey, Yahoo! Fix your stuff. Quit it, I hate it. Alright, tech failure. Yahoo! Communication breakdowns. It's always the same. Has been since Led Zeppelin wrote the song, when they write the song. Communication breakdown. Ask the Wikipedia. 1969. That ain't nothing new. We're dealing with it, man. We're just dealing with it. It took about, oh God, I don't know, 10 minutes for my little lappy toppy to get cooled off enough that the fans stopped yelling after we did the screen share last night. It finally cooled back off. Communication breakdown. Been around for a minute. 1540. Move on. Let's do. Are you ready, George?
I guess.
From your
As I
email.
as I
I'm
said,
sorry.
Mike, I think we're gonna have to keep our eyes open to get you a bigger, better computer.
Yeah, well,
I don't either.
you don't either what? Hello? Hello? You don't
Hello,
either
can you hear
what?
me?
Yeah, but I'm guessing you missed me. You
No,
said,
I said I guess I'm ready. And
yeah,
I
but
said
then we said
and
something
then
about a computer.
I said we're
And
gonna have to keep our eyes open to see if we can get you a bigger, better computer.
right.
And you said you don't know if he'll handle it. And I said I don't either, but that's the only option I know of.
I didn't say. I don't know if it'll handle it. Where did you
Okay.
hear that?
I don't know.
We've
Maybe
got
my brain
ghosts in the machines too. Let's do. Dang it. Ghosts in the machines. Tricking us. We deal with it. It could happen. I was going to say, let's move on to one of the things from your email. 2 days ago email or something like that. Religious dietary rules and laws. What was your thinking on that? Why'd you put that in an email?
That's just something I want to know. Have a Jewish education.
Hosha.
I have mostly a Christian education. I know a little bit about Jewish dietary laws, but not a lot. And when it comes to biblical, they say don't eat anything of the cloven hoof, but that eliminates all almost all mammals that one would eat. Pigs have cloven hooves. Cows have cloven hooves. Goats have cloven hooves. Sheep have cloven hooves. That's where I think it missed something in translation. I know for dinner, if you're going true kosher Orthodox, you can't, yeah, can't serve meat and cheese same plates. I think you're not supposed to eat shellfish.
That says AI overview. Kosher food is food that follows Jewish dietary laws or kashrut. These laws include restrictions on which animals can be eaten, how they are slaughtered, and how meat and dairy are prepared.
Right.
And you got to be careful because if you say something like, man, it's a lot like Muslim food or Islamic.
That's
No.
well, kosher. A lot of kosher foods also halal.
But it says, what animals are kosher? Kosher animals have split hooves and chew their cud,
Okay.
or ruminant like cud, chew their cud like cows, sheep, and goats.
Whereas pigs will
Non-kosher
eat it.
animals include pigs, shellfish, and others. And then the slaughtering has to do with a trained kosher slaughterer called I don't want to mangle the words. It sounds to me like, or spells to me like shochet. Uses a sharp, smooth knife to quickly and painlessly cut the animal's throat. And you're supposed to lower their head below like hang them upside down by their hind quarter legs so that the blood flows down with gravity and all that stuff.
Yeah. Because I remember watching a Gordon Ramsay show taking place in Scotland, and he was out with a Muslim, and they were hunting deer. They kind of explained how halal and or kosher would fix deer venison.
Muslims do not eat pork and its byproducts. Animals that were not slaughtered properly according to Islamic guidelines, blood, carrion, dead meat, animals that died from illness, carnivorous animals, and alcohol.
Well, some of the dietary laws, when you think in biblical time, make sense because pork, you got to make sure you cook it well through, and without refrigeration, pork can go bad real quick.
And I never know. I've dealing with especially the Farrakonian type that real. I know this is not the correct way to say these things. Um, what is it? Followers of Muhammad, whatever Muslim, Islamic of the mother countries are very not nice about kooky Americans of any color claiming to be Muslim.
I know.
So the most that I've heard is what we call Farrakonians. At least I do. We meaning all of everybody inside of me, because that's what people called them in Los Angeles.
Oh,
And they would say, if you ask them, as a Muslim, why don't you eat pork? Well, because they eat and root in their own fecal.
now they're allowed to do something different.
So the improper slaughter is another thing that's exactly the same, coincidentally, accidentally, as the Hebrews or the Jews. Meat must be slaughtered in the name of Allah by a Muslim and a proper cut to the throat. And the draining and everything else is very important.
Yeah. Well, that was one of the things that they were going over in Gordon Ramsay because you shoot deer, but then you cut the throat and hang it up,
Yep.
and you say a little prayer. And I can understand no shellfish because shellfish go bad real quick unless you're in a cold climate or you keep it in the water it came from, which is basically keeping it alive.
Yeah, and I've known, especially living in big cities, I've known plenty of Muslims, and it's all the hate is not there. We don't all look at each other suspiciously and crazy, or we didn't once upon a time. I haven't lived in a big city since September 11th. I imagine there's plenty of that.
Yeah.
But I've never known any and been cool enough with any to really like, and somebody high up, an elder or an imam, to be able to sit down and say, well, let me hear your version, because these, what we either call them Farrakonian or they pick it up in jails.
Well,
Every bad guy in America who had nothing goes to jail or prison and comes out born again Christian or Muslim.
I've known a few younger Muslims through my past jobs, such as a teacher, and I've talked to them honestly because I don't know. I haven't read the Quran, not even the English that I possess. English translation. Grandma. It was published back in the 60s. It just there's certain topics you're curious about, and that's like I said. I do know that the dietary laws for Jews, Muslims, very close. And you were educated in a Jewish school, so I thought you might know.
Oh yeah, and it's not only. I don't know enough about the Muslim. In the Jewish, it's not only how it's prepared and slaughtered and all that other stuff, how it's cooked, how
Yeah.
it's served.
Yep.
There's so many rules, and that's something.
Yeah.
It delayed my game, but it's coincidental. And now I can't remember what
Well,
are the two main books: the Torah, uh,
and the Talmud,
Judaism,
the Torah and the
Torah, and the Torah is a collection of 5 books. 5 books are there's another one. I can't remember the name of it. Tanakh. Is that it?
I know the Talmud, Torah and the Talmud, but I don't know if that's Yiddish or actual Hebrew.
Oh, I'd have to go bug her.
One is laws and
Right. The
regs,
other one is what is the Jewish Book of Rules?
and the other's like stories.
The Torah.
The hack.
She just named it and we discussed it a while ago. It has all. The Torah doesn't have all these, especially not in the modern era.
Yeah,
Talmud. Maybe that's it. The Book of Jewish Law
yeah, Talmud.
is one of the most challenging religious texts in the world.
Yeah, I mean, even Orthodox Jews debate over what it's supposed to mean.
Right. How many current rules and laws do Jews have to live by? And I've looked this stuff up before. 613.
And I know in the Christian Bible, at least Old Testament, we put some of the rules in there. Whereas the New Testament is mostly the preachings of Christ and his followers.
Right, and neither the Old Testament nor the New has any 613 commandments or rules or laws. It's impossible to obey that many. That's part of what Jesus said is I'm removing the yoke. And the yoke
Yeah,
is in
the
America we
birth.
think of that in the way of that's the thing that goes around the neck of a beast of burden, like an
Yep,
ox wears a yoke to pull its plow.
or it's wagon or whatever. Yeah,
But translated appropriately in the context is what you would call the yoke of it's the same thing of the law. That you got to drag all of those rules and laws and sacrifices around with you. And, do you step out of your house with your right foot or your left foot first? It's just, it's so totally over controlling, and nobody can possibly obey all the laws, so they just give up and they obey none of them. We talk about that all the time.
Yeah.
Even here in America, we don't have that many. We don't have 600, besides laws, rules that you must follow. And this is where you
Yeah.
have to deal with the kosher salt, kosher this, kosher that. And is it really kosher based on biblical rules and laws and teachings, or what rabbis have kept and added to and built into the 613? It's called the mitzvot, the commandments.
Yeah. I mean, in Christianity, we have the Ten Commandments, which also come from Torah, and then we have the laws of God, which I believe also comes from Torah, but also scholars believe they come from the pillars of Samaria because they're very similar.
Yep.
Uh,
And to be properly Christian, you have to know this stuff, but you also, because Jesus was a Jew, and
well,
followers of Jesus.
the apostles had two frames of thought. That's the reason John the Baptist, not John the Baptist, uh, the one they list as the first pope, but he wasn't pope, who was actually not Jewish, he was Greek. Paul, and he would baptize him straight into Christianity, is where some of the other apostles, you had to be Jewish first, convert to Judaism, then convert to Christianity. And in those churches, your place in the church also dictates where you sit in the temple. Like in a lot of Jewish mosques or Jewish temples.
Yep. And then, hello, Elizabeth. She said in the chat, hi, love it. Remember,
Uh,
Jesus himself said, it is not about dishes. It is not humane to cook the calf in the milk of its mother. I learned at
yeah,
Hebrew University and University of Judaism that those who make up the laws get so caught up in the idiocy of the rules, they forget to look and do the right thing. Yeah,
yeah. But
it's
I was just
nothing
saying,
new under the sun, and I offend people a lot because when I spell it and write it out, I spell it SON.
but what I was saying is Paul was against the hierarchy in the church as well as the synagogue, uh, because the higher social standing you had in the synagogue church, it dictated where you sat in the temple.
Yeah,
Uh,
see it. Playing musical chairs, and Elizabeth said kosher is also not about salt and chanting. See, that's you have to say prayers, and it's just about saying the things right. It's these rituals that
yeah,
Catholics,
the
not
preparation
Catholics,
of food.
and not Methodists are very put off by stand, kneel, stand, English or Latin. Christ be with you and also with you. And then they sing, Christ be with you and also with you. Christ be with you and also with you. Lord be with you and also with you. For minutes.
Yeah.
Genuflect, kneel, stand. Kneel one leg, kneel two legs, stand.
Well,
Yeah, that has
if you
nothing to
look,
do with being
yeah,
a good moral person.
no, that's the okay. The first Reformation, prior to Episcopal and Presbyterian or any of those, it was Luther. Martin Luther, his was the Catholic Church was breaking its own rules, with selling a dispensation, things of that nature. And he concentrate the Lutheran Church concentrates more on the Psalm,
Right.
the preaching, basically the preachings of Christ, and less on the Old Testament. But that's also one reason to be a Lutheran minister, you cannot show any improprieties or the side of improprieties. That's the reason you're not allowed to join secret society. And according to the Lutheran Church, the Masons are a secret society. Small group that do things inside of an organization are considered secret society. My dad, when he became a Lutheran minister, he was at the time he was a group called the Seven of Seven, which was a group inside the American Legion that got things done. They were like a political strong arm. He had to give that up when he became fully ordained.
Yep. All right. Let me finish reading the Elizabeth chats.
Go right ahead. Sorry.
It is about not being able to slaughter an animal without the rabbi there to make sure you are not an animal abuser or animal torturer. I offend people, but have learned to put my goal to teach them, not offend them. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do here, and we're just, if we offend somebody, so sorry. But George asked the question, we're discussing it. We're all learning here. Paul was at times a toad. He made the rules rather than the humanity the big deal. People were not allowed to learn to read or write. They used to say the words over and over because it took time to teach ignorant people for the service. The temple was selling dispensations. That is why Jesus threw them out of the temple. To work. Yep. I think by to work she means she's listening, and she said in a text or an email or something that much to do, had to listen, and well, getting the to-dos done.
Well, it's so hard to carry on conversations about various things without someone either getting offended or wanting to superimpose their beliefs on what you're trying to learn about.
Yep.
And the purpose of
Especially if they
learning,
look at you as, because you don't believe they do, you're whatever, damnation or hellbound anyway.
well, the only reason I never gone to a synagogue is, well, there's only one in Fayetteville. And I called up to ask when their service is on or how long they were, get some general information. And they asked, it was not, how can we help you? It's, why do you want to know? Because I'm interested. I'm
Right.
curious. I have respect for most Jews. Not all. I don't have respect for all of any group. Because you're going to have, you're going to have that serpent inside the most sanctified area. It's just,
I put it in writing. I'll zoom it and put it on the screen bigger. That the religious conversations continue. We apologize if living learning offends anyone. They can turn it off. Click away. Put a thumb down on it. I would rather you explain what I did that was offensive, because I won't do it again. But if daring to ask the Google bar a question truly offends
well,
you, that's more about you than me. But we can talk about that someday.
of the nature of clergy, those that I find that would get offended are probably doing something they shouldn't. Those that are willing to talk to an individual, even of not of their church, understand that by teaching people, you can gather more fishes, as Jesus put it, gathering of fishes, meaning of followers.
Yeah.
And,
Or
or if you don't convert, you probably will have less issues with that person because they understand where you're coming from. Um, I have gone to a Mormon church. They can keep it. I have read on about Wiccans, Wiccas, whatever you want to call them. Find them strange. The
yep.
Satanists, the Satanists,
Oh
like that.
God, that
The
stupid California dude.
yeah, I find them even weirder.
I probably shouldn't have said that. That California guy. I apologize for calling him stupid.
I know the one you're talking about. That's sad. Because I can
Yeah.
visualize it because he put his picture on every book he ever written
Yeah.
or had published. And weird is one way of putting it. And if you ever read the book of the Wiccan, I forgot what they call it. They might even call it the Wiccan Bible now. I don't know. Don't care. It's been too long since I read it. But what I did read through it, it was a hodgepodge of various religions, both Greek and possible Norse, uh, with some other rules that, like, the only way I know to put it is they're welcoming people into the Wiccan religion as a reason to go out in the woods, get naked, and screw. It had nothing to do with a belief system.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
Studying Greek mythology and Roman mythology, you also learn about their ceremonies. Equally as weird, in my opinion. Definitely meant for the upper class of that society so many thousand years. Same thing with Egyptian mythology. Their way. Understand some of Buddha. I couldn't follow Buddha, just like I have a hard time following the one I do believe in, which is Christ. In your religions, there's only two people that are come close to being perfect, and that'd be Buddha and Jesus Christ. And whereas Jesus Christ started off as the Messiah, Buddha started off as a pampered prince.
Elizabeth said people who get offended have learned to manipulate others with their pain or whatever. Worked with many psychiatrists who said Jesus and way back. Isaiah tells us to not fight with fools. It tells us not to humor fools at all. Lest you become one yourself. Let them do what they do, whatever. Yeah, as long as they're not hurting you, don't don't try to speak not fool to fool. Even
And
cabbage is fermented to keep it from spoiling by people so they do not starve in the winter and spring waiting for new produce. Yep.
there, there's logic about. I mean, like ham is a way of curing pork, so it lasts months, possibly years. I mean, but I'm just saying, it depends on where you are in the world as to what your dietary restrictions will be. I mean, if you're living out in the desert and you're wandering around for 40 years, you're not going to have refrigerations to keep pork whatsoever.
And then she said, Buddha is not what the rules and regulations say. Just like Christ, who said it all comes down to two things: love and honor God, love and honor one another as not better than or less than. Yep.
I
With
get that,
all
but
of your heart, mind, and soul.
in modern Christianity, we do have rules, which in the book are mostly from the Old Testament. Thou shalt not commit murder. You know, in the old King James is thou shalt not kill, but over hundreds of years of rereading, reading, and analyzing, and compare and contrast, and we now accept it to be thou shalt not murder, because if it's thou shalt not kill, you're going to starve to death. Because when you cut a plant and cook it, you kill it. When you cut a lamb to kill it, or sheep, you kill it. When you do it for a sacrifice, you kill it. So that's reason why King James, the person who helped translate the King James version, went that way. I have no idea, don't know what I'm thinking, and that's people think, oh, that's the first time. The first King James is the first time it was translated in English, from Latin to English. No, it was not. The first one was done under Henry VIII, and the person that translated the Bible was persecuted,
Yes.
not only by the Catholic Church, but of followers of the Catholic religion. And people forget the Bible, what we think of as the modern Bible, that is not all the books of the Bible. That's the reason we have the Apocrypha. Is you have to also look at history. And the same thing with dietary restrictions. You have to look at history, where you are in the world. I mean, if all you got is fish, you're going to be eating shellfish. It's going to be fresh, and you're going to be catching it that day, and you're going to eat it that day. It's not going to be in storage. That's the reason you also have Jewish reform, Jewish Christians. I think how they put it, are Christian Jews, however they call it.
There was a big group 10 to 20 years ago called Jews for Christ or Jews with Christ. I don't remember the name exactly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and that's right up there with, like I said, the Christian Jews, or the Jewish Christians. Just like people, Baptists or Baptists. Oh, no, 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 no. There was a big split in the Baptist church. And that's when you have Northern Baptists and what we fondly recall Southern Baptists. And even then, you have another split of the various Pentecostal churches, which is a offshoot of the original of the Baptist, the Southern Baptist Church. It's just, but that's not what I wanted to. I wanted just curious about. Okay, beef. Let's say if you are Jewish and eating beef, does it have a? Does that dietary law have a? You can only store it for so long. I know you're not supposed to drink or eat of the blood of the animal. So blood pudding, which is a British thing, we wouldn't be allowed at a kosher table. I know that their pastries are made such a way so that they are kosher, and that's one reason if you look at Greece and Turkey, they both have baklava. They're the same people. The only difference is one are Orthodox and the others are Muslim. But there are some foods that are very similar in nature, or exactly.
Hang on, my cats. Oh, I just got everything in the way.
That's okay.
Finishing
Catch
up
up.
the chats. Love one another, not better than or less than yourself. That might be a chilling effect on self-made royalty and religious or political leaders. They might not have to grow their own food and do their own building, repairs, etc. Food. It is easy to read that. Israel has huge ranches called zebra farms. The zebras are small, pink, with curled tails. They are kept in modern barns, kept clean, and fed kosher feed, butchered in kosher ways. The rabbis, but I, I know that Jewish unleavened bread or bread stuffs is called matzah.
Yeah.
I like it. It's very good.
Huh? I like it too. I also
Jewish
like
unleavened bread.
pita, pocket bread, which is another form of unleavened.
And Jews eat Jews can eat leavened bread at any time except during Passover, when they are prohibited from eating leavened bread called chametz, as part of the holiday observance, which commemorates on the Israelis' hasty escape from Egypt, where they didn't have time for their bread to rise. During Passover, they eat unleavened bread called matzah instead. Most of the Jews that I've met with and encountered in life, and these days, all the, anti, what is it called? The gluten. You got to be gluten free in America
Yeah.
because of this, the modern processing, the refining, the GMOs, all the rest of the stuff. Why your bread is killing you? I don't know. I don't know.
Well, it couldn't be any worse than
But back in
during
the day, like when I was involved with the Jews, they just got so used to it, they didn't eat bread.
well, one okay, big thing in America is soft white bread, but that actually stems from the Victorian era when they had refined the processes of milling flour. And in England, though, if you had white bread, you were considered rich because you got the best of the grade one star of the flour. Everybody else had the darker breads, which technically are better for you because the flour's not it's the leftover. So bad was this that bakers would add um, plaster to extend the amount of grade of flour and have white bread. Like long before people found out bananas were actually some delicious, they would have they would give bananas as gift and or pineapples. See how rich I am? I can get this fresh to you. And it comes from a far off land, which pineapples and bananas did. And
Elizabeth said, I love matzah, but in the old times, people had to liven the seeds before crushing them to make bread. Yeast also had to rise, so no yeast went on the run. So it was to remember the reality of leaving slavery. But like the dishes, it started to turn into a weird, stupid stition. Yeah, and sorry, all you superstitious. I learned it from my mother, I guess, 'cause I say the same thing. Stupid stition. Which is what a lot of superstitious is what a lot of these. I don't know anything about the Muslims or Islamics. Some about the Christians and the Catholics. They have some of their superstitions, but the Jews, remember, believe in a punishing. If you don't do everything just right, Yahweh, all the many names, is going to punish you. It sounds a lot like karma, and when you say something like that, then they really get offended.
yeah, because they see the term karma as a pagan term coming from Buddha and Shintoism.
Right. And it's again, okay, so you're going to take the word that I learned in my language that by definition is exactly what you just said, but I'm wrong because of the word I used. That means the same thing as the word you used. Okay. Go
Well,
on with your bad self. I'll be okay.
well, one way in Hindu, which is the base for Buddhism, that people are punished, they're not struck down, is when they die, they are reborn as a lower life form. And until you reach enlightenment, which allows you to go nirvana, which loosely translated is their heaven. You're no longer stuck on the wheel of life. You've moved beyond that.
Yeah. Elizabeth said, I do not apologize for offending people. Yeah, we're pretty much not. We put it up there. And we're going to keep saying it. Neither we. We're living and learning right now. We're helping each other out. And then maybe someone will come across and listen to this and it'll help them out. If it offends you, go away. Go listen to whoever says whatever you want to exactly hear. I do not apologize for offending people. I give them a card for a great therapist to go stop being so controlling. Did you know the Muslims believe in Jesus? Yes. The Jews do too. But as far as I understand, and I'm probably using the wrong word, both as far as my understanding is they both call him a prophet or a great teacher or a great man.
That's the Jewish faith. From my understanding, in the Muslim faith, uh, Jesus actually ascended to heaven, and another soul was put in his body to be sacrificed.
Okay. We'll
Because
ask the Google bar in just a second. Let's finish
in
her
the Quran,
chat. Did you know the Muslims, they got so tired of their own materialistic icons and rules, they threw them all out and destroyed them except one mural. It is Mary and the baby Jesus. Life of Brian. Jesus, Buddha, Gandhi, Martin Luther King Jr. people are afraid to get away from those who make a lot of money off the cultists who follow them. This is why some of the great, I guess more coming, we all have. Let's ask the Google and see what the world thinks. What do Muslims believe about?
well, I do know in the Quran it lists 3 perfect women: the mother, the wife of Muhammad, the daughter of Muhammad, and the mother of Jesus Christ. So
Yeah,
in the Quran, Mary is seen as a perfect woman.
the AI overview says, thanks Google for these summaries. Back in the day, it should have just said search summary. They're making much ado about AI that this AI has nothing to do with it. Here we go. Muslims believe Jesus was a prophet and a messenger of God, but not the Son of God. They believe he was born to Mary, a virgin, and performed miracles. Muslims also believe Jesus will return to earth before the day of judgment.
And I know in Jewish faith, uh, Jesus is saw as a great prophet, rabbi, which is rabbi just means teacher.
Yes.
That he is not the Messiah.
Or a teacher of teachers. Yes, there.
Um,
And having lived, and the reason George asked me kind of about it is because he's heard before, and he new to these streams who haven't heard. I was confirmed Christian and bar mitzvahed Jewish in the same weekend. Okay, we got that one. Yeah. I don't know what the lessons are supposed to be. The lesson I basically took away from it is that if you're in people the right club and that's your club and they still claim you and you still claim them, you're better than everybody else.
that's one of the reason I always claim that when people want to know about my religion, I gave up organized religion for land.
Yeah. Elizabeth
Not that I
said,
gave up on religion, on belief system. I just
yeah, it's
I
the
have a hard time dealing with the various organizations
right.
because I see the corruption and the hypocrisy of the people that go to that house
Right.
or temple.
Not the Son of God. They believe each of us is a child of God, unique and only created once. In a modern science, even cloned, they believe that the spirit of a person is from God, not science.
That's one interpretation. But here's my slant on it, if God is the creation of everything and he created the scientists who come up with cloning, obviously he wanted them to do said cloning. And if he sees fit in that creation that they created is fit for a soul, he'll put a soul in it. Because just like I believe animals have souls / spirits, that's one reason I do like the Methodist, what they call the blessing of the animals, where people bring their pets into church and they are blessed by the minister or priest, however you want to call it. Yes. Um, yes, they are lesser creatures, but
Elizabeth said that is exactly what Jesus said, and Buddha got tired of fighting wars due to having to defend his people by wars for his reputation. There's not a lot more. He actually wrote quite a bit. Yeah.
yeah. But I was just saying, Buddha started off as a pampered prince, and he decided he wanted to see what was beyond his world. So he went out amongst the people dressed as a commoner to find out what they dealt with day to day basis. But even his writings are based off the religion that he learned, which we know as Hindu. And the people that claim they're following Martin Luther King are like I see them also like the followers of Christ that warp what's in the Bible. Eye for an eye, tooth for tooth. So everybody's toothless, can't eat anything, and blind. They forget the meaning of the word. They just know he was against this. I'm against this by any means, but I'm going to ignore what his actual message was. His message wasn't to raise one people and lower another. His message was to raise everybody to be equal.
Are you talking about King or Martin Luther?
Martin Luther King Jr.,
Okay, yes.
Farrakhan, Jesse
Uh,
Jackson, what's his name that keeps appearing on CNN? The Reverend
Sharpton.
Sharpton has warped their original message. They have corrupted it. They are corrupters.
I would agree.
Uh, just
I
like
do
I've seen,
agree. Not that I
uh,
would. I do absolutely.
that's the reason some popes I consider corrupters because they corrupted the original message of Jesus. But then again, so are those that are broken away from the Catholic Church. And I'm willing to bet if you spent time in the Orthodox side, you'd find the same thing. There are priests that have corrupted the message of Jesus on their side.
Yep. Elizabeth said Bob Dylan wrote a song with God on our side. God is not on any side. Like a parent with warring kids, it makes God sad. Sharpton is not the. Waiting for the next piece. Sharpen. it's another thing. Like I talked about it some yesterday. What do you do with your temptations? I don't care whatever religious helps you be better, be a good person, and not
Where,
succumb to your temptations. That we will all be offered temptations.
well, just like the modern pope, the pope that the Catholics have right now, is a corrupter. He is very much so a corrupter. He's allowing for things that would even upset Jesus. He's justifying bad behavior. Um, being a pedophile and being a person of trust, so you take advantage of the youngsters and priests, and now versus letting them take their punishment or give them punishment, they hide them. That's part of being a corrupt.
Yep. All right, she got it up there. Sharpton is not the same as Jesse Jackson, who was also used in
Oh,
his late years. He had Biden type dementia, came to visit our church. I met Nelson Mandela, Bishop Tutu, etc. Spoke there.
Jesse, I'm going to disagree with you, Elizabeth. Jesse Jackson is as bad as Al Sharpton. In fact, he was a corrupter before Al Sharpton. He
He
was
ran for
given,
president against Ronald Reagan.
but here's a little bit of facts that a lot of people don't know. Shortly after Martin Luther King's death, Jesse Jackson was given a town in North Carolina. They built a town for him. He ran it into bankruptcy before skating out with the money. He is a corrupter. He might talk a good game, but then again, all the snakes talk a good game. That's reason trust is very hard earned by me because I know humanity. Humanity can be corrupted very easily. We all fall to some sort of temptation. Sometimes I eat a Reese's cup. I'm not supposed to, but the doctor also said, as long as it's done once in a blue moon, it doesn't hurt anybody. Talking violent, such as Jesse Jackson has done, hurts people.
Yep. Elizabeth said, I know Jesse Jackson. Did you go to school by waiting rain, snow, or blow to see if the librarian would give you a book? No school for blacks. Church basement classes.
I'm not black. I'm not claiming to be black. Okay. Have I gone to school in the rain? Yes. Have I gone to school in the snow? Sort of, kind of. They tend to close them around here. Jesse Jackson grew up in North Carolina. He did have it rough. I'm not saying he didn't. But he took a reasonably good man's message or a good message from a man and has warped it. Whereas Martin Luther King preached peace like Gandhi, Jesse has preached violence. He is a corrupter. He might every now and then have good messages. Like I said, all snakes speak a good game. That's the reason, if I voted for Trump, do I trust him 100%? Hell no. I don't trust any politician 100%.
She said Jesse Jackson did not have the education or skill to run a town. Asked Dean again about those Native Americans who spent Sunday barfing in the parking lot of church. Yep, he did not go to school. He went to stand behind the library to wait for a book to take back The
He
basement
went to,
school.
ma'am, he went to school. He went to a black school here in North Carolina. He went to school. He might say something else, but there's a North Carolina school record for him. And yes, I did attend for a period of time a black university and an Indian university. I've never been to a white university in the strictest sense of the word. I went to Fayetteville State, which is a traditional black school. In fact, it was the first black university in the state of North Carolina. I went to I have a undergraduate degree from UNC Pembroke, which is the first state-funded school for Indians. When it was originally founded, it was to teach Native Americans, Indians, first people, humans, whatever you want to call them, to be teachers. It has expanded beyond just being a school for teachers. I had a lot of close friends in college that were Lumbee and Cherokee Creek. Do I know what it is to live in their shoes? No.
They don't know what it is to live in yours either, sir.
To what?
They don't know what it is to live in yours either.
Exactly.
Hang on, let me read some chats. He did not go to school. He went to stand behind the library to wait for a book to take back to the basement school. And here we go. It's the theme of the day. Martin Luther King Jr. did not go to violence, but I do believe it was Jesus who told us not to judge others. And whether it's technology or the discussion's getting a little excitable, I love it. And I wrote in the chat, heart, hang on. This is good discussion. Because George specifically said, Martin Luther King called for peace, no violence. But somehow it got lost. Maybe the internet ate it or glitched out. So that what she heard was that George said. So we're going to make sure we're clear about that. I heard George say, Martin Luther King, absolutely no. And I don't know enough about Jesse Jackson. I don't even remember, was he like whatever, or was he there to be a bodyguard? Was he supposed to be the meat shield for Martin Luther King?
He was supposedly to use a biblical word, an apostle of Jesse Jackson. He was one of his followers, but high up in the organization.
Martin
And in fact,
Luther King Jr.
There's a conspiracy theory, emphasize a conspiracy theory, that Jesse set up Martin Luther King to be assassinated. Because he had called Martin Luther King out onto the balcony just before to look at something just before Martin Luther King was shot. And I'm hoping we'll get more information with the
release.
papers to be released.
Exactly. Elizabeth said, when we talk, we talk. I'm not apologizing for nothing. We just had to clarify a thing because, hey man, my audio gets eaten by my computer. When we talk, we talk. Not get in our position and feel someone is saying we're wrong. We need to hear. Jesse Jackson was kind of a meat shield. I had always, once upon a time, heard that, and the AI overview says he was sort of, kind of. Now they call him a protege. In '66, Jesse Jackson began to lead Operation Breadbasket, a Southern Christian Leadership Conference SCLC program in Chicago. Jackson quickly earned a place among King's inner circle, and that's from Stanford University. I had always heard that the reason who was standing next to Martin Luther King. I don't remember who told me. Probably an LA school teacher or something that may have been speaking extra politically correct. But everybody around Martin Luther King Jr. was supposed to be serving as some sort of bodyguard. I think I've heard Jesse Jackson say it, not because they were asked to or told to or anything else, but because they worshiped Martin Luther King Jr. He was their absolute hero.
Well, the way I understand it, if he was an apostle, he would have been the one that hung himself on a dog. Judas, in other words, he would have been Judas.
It's worth a deeper dig.
It is, and that's the reason I said I hope that the actual papers from the true investigation, all the papers upon Trump's signing of that executive order, are released to the public, put on the internet for everybody to see. Because the way they described the window that he was shot from, the shooter was standing in, that guy had to be a circus freak because he's standing on an edge of a cloth iron. He'd have, in order to get to the window, he'd have to stand on the edge of a claw foot cast iron porcelain covered tub, lean out the window, southern kicked window, and angle it to shoot him. And to get him with the first shot, that's not only a hell of a shot, that's a circus freak. And that's going by what has been released already.
According to the modern consensuses, never mind what Stanford University said all by itself, sort
Uh-huh.
of, allegedly. The AI overview answer to was Jesse Jackson a bodyguard? No. Not a bodyguard to Martin Luther King Jr., but he was a close aide and protege who was with King when he was assassinated.
Like I said, there's a theory that he called Martin Luther King from the hotel room out onto the balcony, and then he was shot. I don't
Something
know how
about
true that is. That is a theory.
together. Well, Coretta Scott, is that the wife's name? Had
I
that
think so.
successful lawsuit that proved that the government had something to do with it.
Yeah.
Look at them. He is what, a foot bigger than Martin Luther King Jr. I spoke at the World Peace Conference in '72. Bobby from Black Panthers was there. He had a whole group of Vietnam veteran vets. Will be disclosed in the record openings. Yeah, we're all waiting on pins and needles, but I'm already setting up my expectations highly low,
Yeah.
very low. That's kind of a backwards topic way of phrase. I messed up my phrasing. I'm not getting my hopes up because the delay is for the huge committees, panels, deep administrative states to sit there with their markers and redact anything that anybody thinks. Should I redact this? If you're asking yourself that, redact it.
I'm hoping it get like I said, I'm hoping, you know, I can hope for one thing and don't have expectations for those hopes to be met. I'm hoping the whole thing gets 100% released without any redaction. I don't think so because there's probably people still living who had a hand in what happened to both JFK Bobby Kennedy and Martin Luther King. Now, it just was Martin Luther. I'm gonna put this out there. These are known facts. You have to go dig for them. But Martin Luther King was a good man, great man, maybe perfect man. Hell no, because even his wife admits he had a couple of mistresses, and one that would travel around with him, and she knew about him. She didn't admit at the time when he was living that she knew about him.
Yeah, the lawsuit, they were found in a civil court, so it's preponderance of the evidence versus beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Yep.
They were found liable, including the government. The jury found that Jowers and others were part of a conspiracy and awarded the family a symbolic $100 in damages. But they didn't ask for any money at all, whatever the symbolic dollar or something. And then, of course, the Department of Justice, based on the civil verdict, turned right around and said, we re-examined it and there's no evidence of a conspiracy.
Right. But also, look who was in charge of the FBI at that
time. I don't know who the heck it was.
Hoover. He had something on everybody.
Hoover was DOA'd by a million years. They didn't file a lawsuit till 99.
Well, I'm talking about Hoover was in charge of the FBI when Martin Luther King was assassinated. And look how long it's taken for them to admit things about Hoover. You know, there used to be the running joke Hoover would dance around his office in a tutu.
Oh, I'd heard since I was a kid, that he wore women's underpants and all this other kookiness.
Well, I know a lot of guys that used to wear women's underpants, especially in the jungle, because they were generally made of silk. And you were less likely to get crotch rot.
I just don't care. What's the difference? A little
There
flap
isn't.
in the front,
Well, if you're wearing tidy
men's
whities,
jockey
yeah,
shorts and women's cotton panties. What's the difference?
or silk underwear, it doesn't. One of the things that the armies learned, I do mean armies, learned back even during World War I, that women's underwear, silk underwear specifically silk underwear, whether it was made for women or men, help reduce the chances of lice and crotch rot, fungi developing.
That makes me giggle.
I
Oh my
understand.
gosh.
I know some big bad bona fide card carrying military deleters who would wear silk underwear when they were in the jungle. Why? Crotch rot not good. You know, lice not good. To the
The
point when he got to Korea, he had men's underwear made special out of silk. Just because the way men's underwear is designed, it gives you a little bit more support in that area.
In a world gone mad.
Yeah. In fact, there's a scene in a movie or miniseries. Hold on. Where some Australian soldiers find or get put up in a French house, and they no one's there, and they go looking for food and stuff, and they find underwear for women's underwear, and they start stripping down to put the underwear on because it's better for those regions.
Oh my gosh. Life imitates art, imitates life, imitates art. Oh, J. Edgar's. Allegedly.
Yeah.
Fondness
Joe
of
Namath and his
other
stocking
garments
commercial. Do you remember those things?
led to, yes,
Why did
a
they wear pantyhoses? Because they kept their legs warm and would help prevent leg cramp because they acted like pressure socks. Because that's the one of the commercials. He's wearing pantyhoses and his football jersey.
Elizabeth said to do with football or pinker ballet and hockey shirts. One of the most amazing ice hockey teams I've ever seen is the still existing Alaska Elder Grannies ice hockey team, 70 and up. We've made a good run of this for a few minutes. I really got to pee. So we'll say at 1:27, being 4:07 p.m. Eastern, break. Everybody go refresh your beverages. Flex your fingers. Get ready to type some more, Elizabeth. Wait until you get old enough to need. Hang on. Wait till you get old enough to need stress athletic leg wear, and it is tight for both men and women. George might have had to wear those socks. I don't know yet. We'll find out when we all get back. Be right back. Okay. Okay. Sliding back into the seat. Sliding back to the online. Well, that wasn't that long. I didn't do too bad. 45. 30. 45. But
Dean, he'll be back in a bit. He's indisposed at the moment.
hello, Miss J. How are you? May I
I'm
call
doing
you
fine
that?
at the moment. I don't mind.
Hi, Miss J. You are in the written record. How are you
Okay.
today?
I'm doing fine. I'm just letting you know what's going on with George at the moment.
Okay. You got anything you want to toss out there? Random topics? Hop the topics?
At this moment in time, nope. I like being the peanut gallery.
There you go. Well, thank you for listening, watching, adding view counts. We had good view counts last night. Thank you for keeping
Wow,
me
I
in
have
discussing all. I have to go get some work done, but this is great. I'm reading the chats. The
okay.
first day of law school, the dean, who was training DA and later a Fed deputy AG, told us learn to talk, listen, learn, be friends afterwards. He said, you are too attached if you get mad about anything. Take time and figure out your own attachment to being right rather than being mad. Yep. Thanks all for sticking it out. Those in the discussion and those who read and stream it later. One day I heard Dean, maybe 8 or so, telling his friend, see, didn't I tell you when she got through yelling she would help us figure this out? Made me smile. Hello, Miss J. Dean's Space Opera E relation. Yep. We're all building a space opera here. One day we're going to go back and listen through this and pick and pull the pieces we like and make a science fiction double feature picture show. We did chat catch ups. I don't want to troll and scroll the headlines with. If George is going to be back in a minute, we'll wait a minute. Chat catch up or the to do lists. You got to work today, Miss J. Oh, maybe she just went to listen to. Okay, I'll go look at the something. Go look at the something. I understand from text messages that Mr. Bill, not the original, our current Bill, got off work somewhere around 4 or was scheduled to if the release showed up or the boss allowed, whatever it. We work in a field, or they do. I'm currently inactive in the field. That you get to go home whenever. The schedule doesn't really matter unless you're late for your shift. It's a problem. We've discussed it on previous streams. The worker class versus the boss class. Expectations. Silliness. I really should look up some of that older. I don't remember. That's the problem. Too much life and it's not that important to me. Okay, we got the religious dietary stuff. That led to a good. We started with little things that you can or can't. Do you got to hokey pokey and turn yourself about? If you spill salt, do you have to throw it over your shoulder? That kind of thing. Off of George's email. It was at the bottom of the description yesterday, into the checklist today. And do some planning. We'll recap that in a minute. George and everybody else has heard it many times, so let me do my repeat. I started to write it in the notes earlier. Anybody watching would have seen it, but I wasn't saying it out loud too much. When I say, what do you do with temptations? Included in my definitions of temptations is power and voice. And all the cliches and sayings apply. You could be tempted if you're given voice, even amongst just a couple of people, to say something out of frustration or deep held feeling. What we are really supposed to be learning messing around where somebody else owns the server that we're publishing our books and live streams and yap conversations on. Is if you ain't 100% sure that that's the right thing to say, don't say it. Us having a conversation, if we come up with something and we need to correct each other, we're taking care of that. We're fact checking ourselves. So tempted equals given power, voice, / tempted. Meaning, the way George put it, somebody might, even if you went cold turkey against your favorite little snack pie, somebody might gift you one, and there's your destiny. Do I eat this whole thing? Even though my doctor will get mad if I split it up and eat a slice every day for a week. Limit the immediate impact of it. Well, that's dealing with your temptation, but you've got the power to decide for yourself. I forget who we were talking about, probably Jesse Jackson and some others. Another thing, people who get a voice or a something for a moment. It's like being picked out of the crowd to go, just go stand up on the stage and we'll all cheer you and give you $20 million. Well, then what are you going to say? So that's another temptation. Like Martin Luther King Jr. There are many, I'm not searching it and looking at it. There are many, many rumor tales that I have just heard anecdotally all my whole life that Jesse Jackson was the guy that would go out and harvest. Because Martin Luther King Jr. was seriously popular. There was probably more women willing to snuggle with him than Elvis Presley. In my humble opinion, I would think so. That besides bodyguarding, part of protecting, and so go look at it's on the home screen. We'll talk about it in a minute. This guy Destiny that I was looking at recently, and now it comes out that he was tempted. Some women were tempted. They did some things, and now it's all their little nudie pictures are out in the world, and they're trying to run cleanup. Well, I've heard many, many times through my life, and I'm not asking the Google bar about it. I really don't care. That Jesse Jackson and others would hand pick and select and grill and tell these ladies, we'll let you snuggle. Just not in a way that cheats on his wife, but if you just want to say, oh, Martin Luther, we love you, can I kiss your hand? We'll let you do that, but you're sure as hell, they lay out the rules. You ain't coming back later and giving none of this. What happened to Donald Trump recently, or last election? That's recent history to me. Yeah, that's why when you compare the things, well, then who's smarter? I guess Jesse Jackson is. Because he made sure that there was nobody that was going to come out and publish a book. Well, you're running for president, Martin Luther King Jr. Not even the appearance of. JFK had the same problem, and they'll probably redact the living Moses out. I hope so. The JFK, MLK Jr., and RFK assassination files from the government, and it's another one even here. People are munging or confusing. The head of the FBI is not the Attorney General who's in charge of all the lawyers that make up the DOJ. The FBI does investigations. The Department of Justice does lawyer stuff, including taking investigations from the I in FBI stands for investigations, taking the work of or the work product of those investigations and turning them into some form of lawsuit. They take police files and turn them into lawyer files that can go to court. I like this discussion. Girls need to understand you a hoe. Yep, exactly. Not even the appearance of. It might have offended, but Marilyn Monroe got the talk from Bobby about John. Yo a hoe. Yeah. And any of you fine young people, I don't care, men, whatever the thing is, if you idolize somebody for politics or rock and roll, and I can tell you a whole lot about us guys that played in bands, didn't call you groupies, the benefactor angel sent upon us to consider for wives. We called you the sex cows. Go listen to Guns N' Roses, Rocket Queen. And there's plenty that people, for whatever reasons, have their moments. You will be tempted, What would you do if whoever the famous hey guys out there on planet Earth, what would you do if you turned the corner and there was Taylor Swift and she said, "Oh, me so horny," and I'm Taylor Swift. I'm going to give you $200 million to make me make O-face. Get to work. Man, all the guys wouldn't be pulling their wallets out, pulling their phones up and swiping their, here's my wife and kids, Taylor. I'm sorry, I can't. You might be tempted in this life. And whether it's Taylor Swift or, some lady who's just you met in the world, or guy, or whatever, if you're same sex attracted, let it all apply without genders. So if you're offended by her saying that's how everybody looks at it. You kids these days just have these crazy modern terms. And the lesson should be that Donald Trump needs to get him some Jesse Jacksons around him. Obviously, Melania took care of that. There's been no more. You will not see Donald Trump anywhere out in the world. How do we know the Secret Service will cover up for a guy, especially the president? Go back. I've looked at it before. Instead of telling themselves or their super dude, no, you can't do that. Oh, go see Bill Clinton. All of the staff and security and the Secret Service allowed that woman, Ms. Lewinsky, and the president to make that mistake. And it's just two people in the universe that thrown together with nobody telling them, hey, that looks bad, let alone might really be bad. So it is what it is. What happens when you get temptation, power? What if you get the loudest voice in the universe and all anybody can say is, well, he didn't say that exactly like I would say it.
I forgot it. Yes.
So yeah, girls, no, girls, guys, boys, children of all ages, because they will never, never, they being the fanatics, that's what fan stands for, the zealots who have their hero, their man or woman. They're always going to victim shame or victim blame or lesser than victim shame or blame. It's all your fault. It's how it's going to be. You're going to get name called. You're going to get the whole 9 yards. But also, if you are given great power, if you are given that, will you succumb to the temptation of you get to stand up in front of the whole wide world and say something? Are you going to say something meaningful or be tempted to just say something that makes your seals clap for you and bounce your balls on their nose? Think about that, what I just said. Powerful people. Tempted. Tempted by the something from Valley Girl. It's an old 80s song.
What checkbox are we working on now?
I don't know. I had scrolled it up. Oh, just look at the home YouTube home screen and see if there's anything worth talking about.
And then
Just a quick stop.
Okay. Oh, the mini series I was talking about. I think you can find certain episodes on YouTube. It's called Anzac. It's about the Australian New Zealand military that fought in World War One, from Gallipoli to Europe.
GH TV
No,
series
starts with an
was what?
Anzac.
Spell.
AZ. Hold on. ANZ. ANZAC. Anzac. Put an S on.
IMDb.
It had Paul Hogan in. Paul Hogan's early
That's not a
TV
knife. This is a
on
knife.
as an actor versus a comedian.
And Zach's 1985
Yep.
TV miniseries. There's an S on the end. Rated
It's
8.0 out of 10. That's high for IMDb.
it's a very, if you're a history buff and just a piece of person buff, as in like learning about different people, it's a very good series. It's not. It was not done by the British. It was actually done by the Australians. Now it doesn't put the English in a good light, but
Yeah, well, then they should have
but
done better.
their general staff did leave a lot to be. It seemed like the not the soldiers' fault. I'm talking about their commanders' fault. The Anzacs, the Americans, the Indians, and the Canadians got a lot further than the actual UK troop, because the Canadians and were under uh, Canadian command initially. The Anzacs just, they're like Americans. They do what you don't expect them to do. But they were under English command for a while. But one of the things that got pointed out when Kitchener wanted to execute a few Australians to keep the Australians in line, it had to be pointed out to him. I'm sorry, but the Australians had eliminated the death penalty from their law ever since the Boer War because of Breaker Moran, which were 3 Australians in a British court condemned to death. 2 were actually executed. The third which was the youngest lieutenant, was put in prison for life, but his sentence was commuted, and he wound up becoming what's known as a poet laureate of Australia.
Cool.
Now I don't know how far you could get to it, because there's like, see, I remember it's like there 5 episodes. Each episode's roughly about 2.5 hours long.
2
And that's
hours,
without
45 minutes, TV miniseries.
commercials.
Very highly rated, the first 2, 8.6 out of 10.
Well, the
Oh,
first one
even
deals
the
with
last ones. The last episodes are rated higher than the first ones.
yeah, the first episode deals with the Australians actually forming a military and start off in Gallipoli. The second one is them leaving Gallipoli, and then the third one is them in Europe. And the last one deals with the last days of the war, along with them coming home. And if you know anything about Australian movies, it's literally a who's who of Australian actresses. In fact, one reason Australian military are held in great regards when it comes to the American military is during Vietnam, the only foreign power that backed the U.S. was the Australian. Wow. I just looked at my email. Your email came through at 3:03.
What time did I send it? Let me see. I keep logs of everything. I have detailed files.
1:43.
Looking
You
at the
sent it
metal
at 1.
streams.
Well, this one you sent at 1:43 according to the timestamp I have.
1342, sending emails. Yep.
And I got it at 3:03. Oh my God.
Yay. At least you got it. Thanks, Yahoo.
Hey, we're recovering technical failures of Yahoo.
Oh
They keep
my
this up. They're
gosh.
not even have people using their free emailer.
Yeah, and where do we go? I still have my AOL. We could go back to You Has Mail.
You got mail. I was using
God knows, man. I just had a PTSD flashback. Who here remembers? Who remembers? Without
I was
PTSD or with?
using
Freaking
Netscape mailer.
AIM. Who remembers? No, Elizabeth, not that one. AIM equals AOL Instant Messenger. Oh man, I don't know why that bell just rang in my. Oh, I know why, because I was thinking about the good old days of AOL.
Well, the instant messenger for Facebook is still called an IM.
Gosh, the nightmare to me of AOL Instant Messenger was the damn sound effects.
Yeah.
Doodlip, bidoop, doodlip, bidoop, doodlip,
Well,
bidoop.
like we were talking last night about, in Windows XP, or actually it started in 95 and it went to XP, 98 and XP, was you could change the startup music for when you booted your computer. And they did away with that. And that was one of the most fun things that you could personalize your own computer with.
You can still set up your own if you want to. But
I don't restart mine that often
yeah, me neither.
because
But go ahead, all of you that used to do AOL Instant Messenger in public or in
one of my
company.
computer one of my computer repair classes, they basically said if you have a hard drive, best just to leave it running unless you need to reboot it for whatever reason, because it less wear and tear if you just let it run.
Elizabeth said, I have to say, I still remember being a little kid and those old phones attached to the wall of the house, and not every house had one. And party lines.
I
Smiley.
don't remember. I'm not
My
old enough to remember
grandmothers
party line.
all had those old. Our next door neighbor at my grandmother's house. That's all I'm saying about location. The old dude had real bad, back then they just call it senility. He
Uh-huh.
was a great guy until all of a sudden he was a little boy stuck in very old skin. They
Did you
had one
ever
of those old wooden box phones on their wall that you would lift the little earpiece off, and it had a big
Uh-huh.
plastic looking horn sticking out the front.
Uh-huh. I
And
had one as a play telephone.
yeah,
A real phone, but it was given to me and my brother as a to play with.
when they got rid of the operators and the switchboard, so you couldn't just lift it up and rattle the handle, where the receiver, the earpiece lived on a little hook.
Yeah.
When those things were designed, everything went through humans attached switchboards. So you would rattle the handle. Eventually, the operator would pick up, and you'd tell the operator who you wanted to contact, or their Klondike 5. KL means 55. Even 100 years ago, when you see the movies and the TV shows that always trying to give out a phone number, it's a Klondike 5 1234. Well, KL, look on your text phone if you still have a flippy phone around somewhere, or pull up the keypad on your Smarty Pants phone. KL are both under the number 5. Klondike 5, KL. It's 555. That means it's not going to ring anywhere. It's nobody's real phone number. Anyway, the old phone that the next door neighbors had, after the operators went away and machines replaced them,
Yeah.
there was what was called pulse or rotary dialing.
Yeah.
If your phone didn't have either, how you pulsed it is the little hook handle. You had to click it like sending Morse code or a telegraph or a telegram. 1 2 3 4 5 clicks, and then pause so that the machine could understand that was 5. Then you had to do 1 2 3 4 5. Kind of fast, but not too fast, because it might hear 4. Just real life, true story.
Oh,
So
here's one
anybody
for
old
you.
enough to remember it, you had to do with your fingers, or you could lift up a rotary phone without its rotary parts and just tap the little button up and down. I should
Uh-huh.
pull one up on screen.
I know what they look like.
Rotary, yeah, but the rest of the world won't. This is what is called a rotary telephone. I
Well,
want to see images.
give you a little funny.
Images.
My mother and her parents, my grandparents, moved in their house on Alabama, Durham, in 1935. When they had the first phone installed, their number was 1745 until I think just after World War II. when they had to add a prefix, and then it became 286. So it was 286-1745. And then the phone numbers got big enough, and we started getting area codes, I think, which is in the 50s or 60s, which became 919, which was at that time for the entire state of North Carolina. But Durham had always stayed 919. And that's one reason I can remember their old telephone number is calling either my grandparents or my aunt over the decades. I'm not worried about giving out that number because my aunt died in 2009, and that's when that number went away.
And Elizabeth said, Bell telephone and AOL IM, yes, the tones. My first personal Mac I piloted for professional use and education projects used to have its own tone. Mine had a duck. It said quack, quack, hello, Elizabeth, every time it was started. Gosh knows. The good
Did you
old
ever,
days.
as a little kid, get your finger stuck in between the that thing that looked like a trigger and the circle in the rotary phone,
No.
and it would pinch you?
Yeah. Nope, but I have seen many. And I knew great big grown men that would stick their finger in the little hole and dial the phone, and then their finger wouldn't come out of the hole, and when they pulled it real hard, it would snap the whole rotary dial off the phone.
Oh yeah, I've seen that
Because
too.
that little plastic was a whole lot less strong than a grown man. There's one up on the screen, and it says Main 02368 on it.
Yeah,
And you can see the numbers, so that would be 620-620-2368.
I remember the
How,
black one.
yeah, how rotary phones work is that you dial the dial around to the little stopper that George was talking about. It looks like kind of like a trigger. You dial the number around to that thing, and when it goes backwards, a mechanism inside clicks the clicks into the line going to the phone company,
Yep.
which saved you from, let me see if I can get this daggone picture to scroll, up here where the hand piece or head piece, talk in one end, listen in the other. Imagine how smartphones work today. Listen at the top, talk at the bottom. Where that rests is, look at the other pictures, right over those two buttons. If this dial was broken, you could tappy tappy tap the number of clicks onto those buttons. So to dial this phone number, you would have to do 6 taps. And then
10 taps to get the
pause.
operator.
And then, yes, there's a lot of taps to tap operator. And then, so 6, then 2, MA, then 0, 10 taps, and then et cetera, tapping on those buttons at the top. Elizabeth said Granny's mom had a phone that was a party line, Sycamore 6. By the time I was about 10, it had moved to Sycamore 6, 10, 15, later area codes. Now that area has 3 area codes. Yeah, like the
So
person
North
I was
Carolina,
very concerned about in Altadena, I could remember their phone number because I dialed it 1,000,000,000 times when I was a child. Especially
yeah.
because we lived with them for a while. So if I was calling home to tell my mother or brother something, I called that phone number. The problem is there's 3 possible area codes that one same phone number could be now. And
My grandparents had that same black, heavy duty, almost Bakelite / all metal phone up until actually it was still there after they passed. And then my aunt finally decided to get a push button version of the phone.
oh yeah, man, we all thought what will we do? You really don't have to rotary? I put
You
the
realize
one
they
you're
got
talking about up on screen, the big heavy one. And see, that was
yeah.
another thing in the good old days. Like we
Oh,
talked
those
a couple
Princess
days
Anne
ago
phones.
about defending yourself with improvised
Yeah,
weaponry. I
yeah.
don't know
Use
how
the
many
telephone.
dudes got a little handsy full of sauce with their wives and showed up at the emergency room with a bottom of one of those old Bell telephones
Imprint.
imprinted on the side of their head.
Oh, those things would kill. But they made a novelty cell phone for a while that actually had a rotary dial.
You can still buy fake looking ones. I saw them in
No,
one of the,
these were actually real cell phones, but they had a rotary dial. It was called an old folks phone.
yeah. This says vintage style rotary phone. Oh, I clicked the link, not the image. This kind of box where sometimes it stores, it has a capacitor inside.
Just like I remember when
Back
they went
from the good old days before the phone lines carried their own low amp 110 volt electricity still exists to this day. To provide
yeah.
electricity to your phone, you crank the little handle on the other side so it would run an electrical generator motor inside and charge the capacitor so that you could talk on your phone.
A famous form of interrogation is you take one of those phones that's missing the handpiece, you take the two wires out of that, you attach them to someone's nipples or other sensitive parts, and you start cranking that handle real quick.
Yep.
Oh,
And then Elizabeth said, now we have icons or one number for people. They ask me, what is your number? Or we can call someone in an emergency. I do not know the numbers. They have only an icon in my iPhone. Yeah, exactly. And the funny thing to me is the only two or three people I know that truly use their smartphone smart are like 70 to 85-year-old men. Like they pick the thing up, do whatever, say whatever you got to activate it, like Siri or hey Google or whatever, Bixby used to be back in the day. And then say, call wife. And they let the smartphone just listen to their voice. Everybody else, flippy flippy thumbs, fingers. But I know three old dudes that always, that man, they use speech to text. And you'll hear them talking, and that's part of where I got saying your punctuation out loud is speech to text synthesis. Hang on a second.
I still remember when those headsets first came out for self. Seeing people walking up and down the street talking, and you weren't sure if they were just crazy or they were talking on their cell phone. Generally, it was crazy people, but just like I remember when they came out with the 20s style phone, I think they were called Princess Anne phones.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, those things were hideous. But one of the phones in my grandma's house was the pick up the receiver, and it had the funnel like piece, but it had a dial at the bottom. So it was a new, you know, 40s phone, but they never got it out. But when I was about 4 is when St. Clair brought one of those big heavy other phones, and it didn't get changed out till oh I was 18, 19. Then she went to a push button, and then we would complain about it. It don't work right.
Yep.
The funny this funny thing I found about why my grandparents bought the house they bought was my granddaddy got a loan from his father to put the down payment on the house. And they chose that house because it's the equal at the time, it was the equal distance between the Carolina football field and the Duke football field. Because my great granddad was a football fanatic.
Yep. Elizabeth said, yes, it used to be a person who talked to themselves was nuts. Now it is socially incorrect to say, you talking to me? You talking to me? When anyone is yakking away next to you in line. Yeah, or just standing on the street corner waving their hands around dramatically.
There's crazy people.
No, they're just Bluetoothed.
Yeah, but it wasn't that hard to believe they were crazy, especially after Jimmy Carter had closed all the mental hospitals.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we had plenty of those.
I just avoided them. Better safe than sorry.
We talked about that
Or,
movie, The Crazies, yesterday.
though, or you're talking to someone and they respond and you think they're talking to you because you came in and asked them a question. No, they're on the telephone headset, hands free. Then why didn't you tell me you were busy?
Talking to ourselves. Big Joe got beat up. I'm gonna tell you a story about a true story. Very crazy lady, homeless. They used to live in our little town. And she would stand on the street corners talking to and yelling and cussing out her imaginary friends. And one day, a guy who probably still to this day may hold the dead weightlifting record at a local high school. Big old muscly meat-headed guy, played football and all this other stuff. After years of, and her name was either Melinda or Belinda, not for sure. Smarty pants dude, Mr. Muscle Mouth, very young and witty and sarcastic and whatever. He went we were walking past her. I was nodding my head to her if she looked at me or whatever and just ignored her.
Yeah.
As most people did. Well, he walks almost up to her and tells her, shut the F up, and starts laughing and walks away. About one step with his back to her, she pounced on his back, and I bet she hit him on the head about 150 times before she finally got up off him and went back right where she was standing before and continued her cussing, swearing conversation with her imaginary friends. And all of us were laughed to tears and breathless.
Imagine.
And he was covered in, just like a cartoon, man. Tiny little lumps. She beat the hell out of him.
Well, I mean, it just
Yeah.
growing up when I was little, especially in Jacksonville, one of the supposed insults kids would yell at was your grandma wears combat boots. My instant reply was, yeah, and she'll kick your ass with them too.
Yeah.
Because my grandmother was in the army and made it to sergeant major, and one of her extra jobs was teaching hand-to-hand combat to pilot. Mostly judo technique, but it's just the things that pop up in your head carrying on these kind of conversations. It's like,
It's good of them. Yeah, it's exercising the mental association muscle. Elizabeth said, period. I don't know what that means. What did you mean sad? It was strange. His own daughter. He put her in a mental hospital, got her a lobotomy without telling the mom, who never forgave him and yacked about it. Lived longer than any others of kids and family. It was Melinda. I said it was a great fun. LSD was a great fun drug. That is what's wrong with her. Oh, well, that just must be destiny or coincidence or whatever you want to call it. Oh, I'm talking about here in Dunn, North Kakalaki. I don't know who Melinda was out there. Can't remember that lady's. Oh, yeah, I do. Never mind. Not going down that road. Yeah, that was a
Oh,
Melinda here.
here's a funny one.
Los Angeles and Dunn NC had their Melinda. Man, she beat the hell out of him and he was screaming like a girl.
Well, my grandmother grew up Methodist, which are one of the teetotaling churches.
Mm-hmm.
And so my grandfather gave up having any alcohol in the house for the most part because of his promise to her. When my uncle was born, my grandmother made the concession. I know how much a son is, how important a son is to you. So I'll allow you to have a drink, but the conditions are wine and whiskey is okay to keep in the house, but no beer. I don't know what she had against beer. Jump ahead a few years later, and my grandmother had the church ladies over for luncheon, whatever they called it at that time, and she served wine coolers, and they just thought it was a neat fruit punch. And granddad and one of his friends came home, and his friend says, "That's the happiest I ever saw those ladies in my entire life," because they were all drunk off and because when they had their meeting, he says, I can swear I've never allowed beer in my house, and they all clapped, and they went to lunch and got blottoed off of wine coolers, or what we would call wine coolers. Grandma called it wine punch.
Oh, yes. And that's another thing that, I don't know, maybe somebody happens across this and says, what can we learn from this? That true story. Another thing that I had never ever heard, even in traveling all over this country, until I landed in central to eastern, central, north and south, North Carolina, that a lot of the biggest church in the town Dunn I live in now truly believe, so much so, in their own little church teachings about no alcohol,
Yep.
that they say out loud, if somebody dares to say Jesus and wine, especially talking about,
The
he
fishes,
he
the
turned the
wedding.
water into wine.
Yeah, at the wedding. Yeah.
Jesus drank grape juice. And the first time I heard that here, I burst out laughing
Yeah.
and
Well,
really pissed them off.
the first time my grandmother Williams allowed beer in her house was when my brother was home on leave from the Navy, and she heard sailors like beer. So she had my aunt go out and buy a 6-pack. My
Oh my
mother was
gosh.
shocked. My mother was shocked.
Jesus
My
drank grape juice. Elizabeth said, people said it, but it was not proven until after old Joe died. The mom had left a kind of informational bio of those days. Man, what are the odds? LA and Dun NC had a combination Melinda and Joe. I don't remember Melinda and or Joe from Los Angeles. And then she said, Jigglers, my mom came home drunkest we ever saw from a baby shower that had jigglers. She did not believe us when we said vodka.
Oh, is Jigglers the same thing as a Jello shot?
Probably.
Well,
Jesus, I'm not even going to
my
type that
mother,
on there.
my
Jesus
mother used
drank
to
grape juice.
tell me stories that when she was, well, when she was in high school, as well as when in college, and how they used to sneak alcohol into the football game, Carolina, by cutting a wedge out of the watermelon and then dumping the booze into the watermelon and then
Mm-hmm.
putting the cork back and carrying that in. Uh, but
What in this world?
my grandfather in 1929, I believe it was. Yeah, that's when it passed. 29. It went into, or 28. When Prohibition first signed, before it went into effect, a bunch of his army buddies that were in Canada, because they were British, from World War One, sent him cases of whiskey, which he promptly stuck in the basement, along with, they would also send him cheeses from the UK and Canada, as because you know, Americans don't make real cheese. That was their attitude. But so when my mom came down with polio, one of the ways my grandfather was able to pay the doctor's bills was with the booze that he had been sent prior to Prohibition. That's how he paid the doctor's bills for my aunt and my mom.
Nope.
My aunt had a seeing disability, and her grandparents basically said, "We're not going to have our granddaughter go to no special school to learn how to make light bulbs," which is what they did with the blind back in the 30s and 40s. So they paid for her to get on a train in Durham and go to DC to go see an eye specialist for the treatment. That being said, I was the last nut that would ride with my aunt driving. My brother, he was too scared. That's the reason he always volunteered to drive her around, because he didn't want to be in the car with her driving. Me, prior to being married, it's like, what the hell? I can only die once.
Yep. Elizabeth
Well,
said,
she has been known to scare me when she thought she was turning into a parking lot and a gas station, and she accidentally turned onto a road in oncoming traffic. And she got excited because I was starting to go, what the? Because it was
Elizabeth
a lot
said,
of oncoming headlights. Oh, shit.
yep. Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. What used to be a ride at Disneyland.
Yeah.
Elizabeth said, didn't they drink something like ouzo in those deserts? They probably did not have enough grapes to be drinking grape juice. That is how Mexican and South American cultures got cactus fermented tequila.
I thought ouzo was a Spanish drink made with fruit, and it was tequila that's made from cactus.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Oh, okay.
But I put up
Which
on the
was
screen PSA. Don't tell
which
the
was made by,
Jesus drank grape juice people. Don't laugh at them or with them. Don't laugh.
but tequila was originally the Indians' drink from down.
They're all Indians. Christopher Columbus declared it so.
Descendants from Aztecs, the Pima Indians, Pima tribe, some of the Apache tribes down in Mexico, where they had those great big huge barrel caps. I don't know all the band tribe
Man, none of that
Rancheria's
matters.
names.
Yeah, I don't think any of us does.
There's a beer that was made in Vietnam by the Montagnard. That was, I don't remember what it was made from. I just remember they used to spit in the containers to cause the start the fermenting process, and they would drink it from these long grass straws. I know this because I know someone that had to deal with the Montagnards during Vietnam. Because when you're with that type of group, you have to eat what they eat, drink what they drink, and not throw up.
I don't even
So
know
the
how to
number of times
spell it, the French thing. Montagnards, Vietnam.
well, I don't think that's the French word for them. I think that's what they call themselves.
Oh no, it's another French derogatory. Remember, we took
Okay.
over from the French when they failed in South Central Asia. That's why I looked it up, because I was trying to remember. Is that the Laotians, or just like everybody?
It's the mountain
Everybody
tribes.
not Christopher Columbus is an Indian all
Yeah.
over the earth. The
The
Montagnard is an umbrella term for the various indigenous peoples of the Central Highlands of Vietnam.
yeah, the mountain
The French
and
term
Cambodia.
montagnard signifies a mountain dweller and is a carryover from the French colonial period in Vietnam.
Well, I do know the largest settlement of Montagnards outside the Central Highlands is here in North Carolina.
Blah, blah, blah. Yes, we know
And they're good people too.
Vietnamese and Laotians. We
Uh,
know.
I do know that the special forces used to refer to them as yards,
Yeah, and it's
just for
utterly
short.
derogatory too. And you
Well,
wouldn't know because you never lived in a place. In Los Angeles, we have huge Vietnamese populations.
yeah, but those aren't. They may or may not be Montagnards. The largest population of Montagnards outside the Central Highlands is here in North Carolina, because their special forces counterparts bought the land that they started developing for them,
Right, but
and they
yes, they
but
did. But now they know how to get bacteria as a starter from labs and no longer have to spit in the vat. Yeah.
yeah, I'm talking about back in the 68 is when he was dealing with 68 to 69 and then 70 to 72.
All right. Well,
But
let me ring the
well,
bell, and here we are at
it's someone I knew.
2025 sensitivity class.
It was somebody
Hear
I
me when
knew
I tell you,
who
they don't care how long or how much some French people called them what they perceive to be an offensive and derogatory term. So I wrote on the screen, yes, we know Vietnamese and Latin, because
well,
the people of Laos get
yes,
called that too, and they are highly offended by it.
right. But the Montagnards are offended if you call them Vietnamese. They prefer what the special forces called them, which was Montagnard. Figure that one out. They don't like being referred as Vietnamese. They hate the Vietnamese. But then again, they were persecuted by the Vietnamese for centuries, because to the Vietnamese they were like the backwards Indians of South America.
Yeah, it's just a thing. We're dealing with it. I'm not telling you not to say it. I'm just saying I know, just like many of my part of me peoples are highly offended when you say Indians. I don't care. I'm good. I'm used to it. Yes, Vietnamese. Or type us a comment. Tell us what are we supposed to say otherwise. Wickle.
Just like some people who don't know any better don't know the difference between Vietnamese and Viet Cong. Viet Cong meant for Vietnamese communist, not all Vietnamese. It's just the special forces sometimes would have difficulty either with French or Vietnamese, so they just called them yards when they were talking amongst themselves. When they would talk to them, they would call them whatever they preferred to be called.
Elizabeth said when I started my PhD, our chair told us about the American jokes. It would really shock Americans to find out what highly educated and successful people around the world call Americans due to our, yeah. Just like you want to
What?
really piss off certain English/British people. Call them
Beef eaters
green,
or
green lemon flavored sour thing with a Y on the end.
yeah, limeys. You just brought up something that it was one of the stories I was told as a kid when my grandfather first went over to England in World War One. He was on the first boatloads of Americans as Americans to join the fight. And he went to a British officers club. And they heard his last name Williams and they assumed he was Welsh. And one of the officers said, "Well, and this was an English officer. He said something about the fact that his experience was all Welshmen are cowards." And Granddad said, "I'm not a Welshman. I'm from America." "Oh, you're a Yank." And being a good old mountain North Carolinian, just hauled off and punched the hell out of him, knocked his ass out. He says, "I am not a Yankee. I'm from the South." But that's also when my grandfather was in his 20s. He mellowed over the years. In fact, to the point, my mother's generation, when they would ask my grandfather what he did during the war, meaning World War One, not World War II, his running joke was he was a cleanup man for Hannibal's elephant. And being small little kids, they didn't know who Hannibal was. And why would he need elephant? But he would never. I think he finally opened up about some of his World War One experiences when my uncle got back from World War II. But other than that, most of what I know of his military career was in books because he was written up in a few books and stories that he would tell, which had nothing to do with combat. And what he told my uncle later and maybe discussed with my dad later in, because my dad was also a veteran from Korea. But as my dad said, yes, he has a combat mission badge, medal, whatever you want to call it, ribbon, because technically it was a combat mission, but he got the closest he got to Korea, north or south, was he was able to see the bay from a periscope from a distance. And that was the extent of his Korean mission.
Korea.
But
Is it
because he had
Korea, Goryeo, or Choson?
I don't know
Everybody can
those
get
last
everybody
you
can
said.
get puffed up about everything. Hang on a minute, let me read Elizabeth's stuff. People around the world call Americans due to our habits, and it's a joke. Americans, lighten up. Do you know how many Americans it takes to change a light bulb? It can never get done due to committees and rules and union regulations. Exactly. I had friends in the 60s who used to tell others that their dad died falling out of a warplane in World War One. No one ever questioned. That could not be possible. Too many years passed. Yes. The parachuters of World War One, the jump squads. That is funny.
My
I had a
uncle,
thought, but
who
then it went away because you guys made me laugh. Oh my gosh. George said my
my uncle
uncle.
was in, my uncle was served in the Navy in World War II. He was on a PT boat, PTD boat, a torpedo boat in the Pacific. The only time, and his uncles, my great uncles, used to tease him about he got seasick, and Uncle Dan would go, "Yeah, I was on a PT boat in the middle of the Pacific in a typhoon." But when they were asking for volunteers to leave to go home, he volunteered as soon as they asked. Any volunteers want to go home? He raised his hand. He gets back, he uses the GI Bill to go to college, and the day he took the bar exam, he got a draft notice because apparently he left the Navy 2 weeks early for him not to be drafted. He started basic training, or he left for basic training the day he got his acceptance from the bar, so he passed the bar. So they instantly, when he got to the MEP station, they said, "Oh, you're going CID." He had packed all his Boy Scout gear with him because he knew how bad the military gear was. Packed his own boots because he knew that they didn't have shoes that would fit him. Because he wore, at that time he wore a size 12 quad A. Very long, very narrow foot. In fact, his boots and low quarters had to be specially ordered by the Army.
All right, I'm having old people bladder, so I shall return. You talk if you want to.
You find that funny, Elizabeth, and I agree that's funny. One of the problems I had with a history teacher in ninth grade is she used to tell me that there was no such thing as an aerial bomb during World War One. That there were no bombers, dropped from aircraft during World War One. When for a fact I knew that the first biplane with a bomb rack was invented by the Italians, who were at that time allies with the allied with the Allies, the American Brit. And I had to bring in a copy of my grandfather's medical record that said he was hit in the head from a fragment of an aerial bomb dropped by a Zeppelin. And thank God he went to a British hospital versus an American hospital at that time, because the Brits had more experience with head wounds, so that he lived through the experience. And that's one reason what we think caused his Alzheimer's versus being genetic was scar tissue. But because the United States Army listed my grandfather as deceased, his pay was stopped. And in British hospitals, officers have to pay for everything. Their food, medicine, everything. They had to pay for it. So my grandfather had to wire his mother for some money so that he could live till they started his pay back up, and to go to find out that his brother with the same initials, D.M. Williams, was listed as wounded and he was listed as dead. And he had to inform his mother, "No, it's the other way around. I am wounded. My brother is dead." sad how the Army can. I think that's one reason we went to serial to improve on body identification. Who died? Oh, he died. Okay. That number is okay. That's who that really is. Because when Granddad got discharged in 1919, they were about 1920. True, true. That's what I said. It's very funny. They all, my grandfather, when left the Army, was given 100% disability. He didn't collect a dime of that 100% disability until 1972, 73, when my grandmother had to put him into a VA nursing home because she could no longer take care of him. And that was last 94, 74, because it was 75. Excuse me, trying to get the years correct. And it was the last year of his life, months/year of his life. Because his opinion was he could work for a living, so he wasn't going to live on no handouts from the government. And what was funny, of his troops, when they got discharged at the same time, they followed him down to a job. He already had a contract in Florida, draining the swamp for them to build a railroad. And he came back one time on leave to see his mother, my great grandmother, and his comment was, I'm going to change my ways because I've been to hell and I don't want to go back. That was his opinion of Florida. Hot, wet, everything's out there trying to eat you.
Alligators.
Gators, mosquitoes, flies, snakes. He didn't mind snakes too much. They had those up in Warren County. He was from the mountains.
Venables. Elizabeth said their joke was a kid in the 60s could not be fathered by a guy KIA'd before 1920.
That's
Their dad
true.
was alive and well, just divorced. Yeah, it's no matter how they try to say it. Oh my gosh. That's just crazy. I don't know how do we convert that? You know, this is that the social norms or social embarrassment?
No,
RE
the vet,
60s
the
people
veteran.
claiming their impossibly old fathers were DOA because embarrassment. That's the only word I can think.
Could be.
Embarrassment about divorce. Being from it meant your family was bad and you were a bastardo.
Well,
You had no daddy. You ain't got no daddy.
I was at a summer camp back in 1960, 71, and we had to mime what our fathers did. And I could not mime for the life of me as an alcoholic, an alcohol counselor for the mental health department. How do you mime that? I'd put down what I know what he did a lot of times. He wrote reports, so I tried miming typing, and they went, Secretary, I can tell you, I can mime what he used to do. Put my hands together and bow my head and pray, like I'm praying. He used to be a minister.
Yeah, Elizabeth said, yep, divorce was not okay in the 60s.
I think mom and dad got separated in 1969-70. Divorce was finalized in 71. Later that year, my dad, 71-72, my dad remarried to Margie, my stepmom. What a wit. With a capital B.
Mm. Mm-mm-mm.
I still remember she came, this is before they were together, I think. She came over to the house when we were living on. We lived in Sherwood Forest on Little John Lane in Jackson, North Carolina. And later, my stepbrother, then her son, well, still her son, but he did something. I don't remember what it was. And I hit him upside the head with a book. And she picked up an encyclopedia and hit me in the head and goes, "What do you think?" I went, "And what else you going to do?" And smiled at her.
And Elizabeth said my mom had her phone number lost by the church women's groups when she got divorced. The PTA was not too welcoming anymore either. Yep.
I don't remember, I don't remember my mother. I mean, she'd go to the PTA meetings that were required, but I don't remember anything being said. I do remember that she would occasionally, a couple of times after mom and dad got divorced, try and go out on dates. And according to her, the men would think, "Oh, you're a divorcee, so you're an easy." And then it wound up me and my brother was the one that scared him away because I would growl and my brother would stand there like disapproving at him. But other than that, I don't remember her really dating that often. She said she went on a couple of dates. But then again, to be honest with you, in her words, and this is up until the day she died, she was still in love with my dad. So, oh, I got to tell this one. This one's funny. I and my mother were on my way to see my brother in Moorhead. We stopped off in Richlands, where my dad lived, to have for me to have a short visit, and we wound up having lunch together. It was my dad, my mother, Margie, my stepmother, and I, and we're sitting around the table, and my mother, we were doing a do-it-yourself, make your sandwiches at the dinner table, and my mother asked my dad to pass her the mayonnaise, and I think he didn't hear her correctly, so he didn't run his spawns, and Margie went, "Fred, your wife told you to pass the mayonnaise," and he picked it up, looked at both of them, and put the mayonnaise right back down, and went back to eating his sandwich. That's when I thought was hilarious. He's like, "No matter which way I pass this mayonnaise, I'm doomed. I'm just gonna put it right back down."
It's 11 it says. Want to share a burger and movie, so he liked people again. Wait. Want to share a burger and a movie, so he liked people again. Gives a big clue to his negativity. Who? Something got missed again. I don't know if it blocked a chat or something.
It's been known to do that.
Yeah, just like words get chopped out or the volume just drops out or something.
Well, I was trying to type a message about red bugs to a guy, and I called them chiggers, and this was on Twitch, and they wouldn't let the word chigger go through. because they thought I was trying to say something else. And that's just a southern word for little red bug
Yeah, but
or
it's
chiggers.
everywhere outside of the South. It's very derogatory again towards anybody perceived to be Asian or Oriental.
Chigger?
Yep.
Okay.
It's
That's one
like
I
Chinese
didn't.
beginning
Uh-huh.
and the end of the N word.
Okay. I just always know those little red bugs as chiggers. In fact, if you type it in the Google bar, it will come up with those little red bugs.
Yeah, because their idea to, again, is like if you type, I'm not even going to say it. It's the first thing it shows is the little mites, the red mites or whatever they're called.
Red bugs
Yep.
that you find in rotten wood and pine straw and things of that nature.
And they just
Lay,
crawl all over everything around done. Like
yeah,
in the
and they
summer on the air conditioning unit outside, you'll see millions of them.
and they're hard to kill.
And the Wikipedia gives its proper name and Mount Sinai and agricultural and everything else. What if we say chigger derogatory term?
And if
See
I
it.
remember correctly, they're kin to the tick.
Yeah, they're some kind of mite or arachnid or whatever. Kurt
Well, they're not
Cobain, in his
arachnids.
interviews on talk shows, revealed his own horrors with being the pariah due to his parents' divorce. He was going to shout up a place, but see, you can. Yeah, I got it. Thanks, Elizabeth. We're all learning these newfangledy ways. He was going to shout up a place, but a kid came by, and while we're waiting for that next addition to that, if you type the words chigger derogatory term into Google bar, then it tells you.
Okay.
But if you just type chigger, it doesn't tell you. That's their way of don't teach people a bad thing or whatever. It's I don't know what you call it. But yeah, true story. One
Yeah.
of my favorites that because I could remember it
Uh-huh.
told when I was a kid. Involved that word and the N word. So I had to forget it because back in the 70s, you could say stuff like that. And guess what? I learned it from a black woman.
Well, I heard a term for desert Indians or plains Indians from Thunderheart when the guy from Crosby, Stills and Nash, he played a bartender and he come out yelling at of the Indians that shot up the bar, yelled prairie and then the N word. I was like, what? Yeah, them saying N words, which is another term they use for Arabs. And I never heard the term prairie N word before. Like, okay, must be a regional insult.
Yeah. English, American, red bugs. Which
Yeah,
I'm sure that offends somebody. I just wrote in the notes. Went down the can we have our words back road?
I've just my entire life I've always heard them called chiggers,
Yeah, me too. Even out west.
and they bite you, they lay their little eggs in you, and that's what makes you itch so bad for weeks on end. And one of the ways to get rid of the itch was to put fingernail polish over the red bug marks because it suffocates the little boogers.
And Elizabeth finished up her story about Kurt Cobain that it was a guy he knew or a friend said, let's get a burger and see a movie. My treat. Yep. There we go. got some history, got some truth, got some lore. That, hey, people.
Just like one of the treatments for mosquito bites my dad used to do was put ammonia on mosquito bites to get rid of the it. Problem is, if you scratch that mosquito bite before he got to you with an ammonia, ow.
Yeah.
See, another wasn't wide sale, but it worked. Baking soda mixed with water into a paste put onto a bee sting to withdraw the stinger and the poison. Chewing tobacco will at least draw will do the same thing, but that's disgusting. Because mom said, well, I can either get you some chewing tobacco and you can chew it and stick it on there, or I can use baking soda. I went, baking soda, please. Because I hit a bee and he stung me 3 times. Once right over the eye, the butt, and the arm. He got me coming and going. You talk about yellow jackets. Those suckers don't necessarily, they can sting, but they bite. Their bite hurts worse than their stinger does. I was helping someone pick up some trash, and someone had dropped a bunch of bottles, and I was picking them up, and apparently one of the bottles had a yellow jacket.
Still working on 3 watching. Hey, number 3. Type something in the chat. Holla. If it's just a listener, hello. You are number 3 right now. Which I said at the beginning before anybody was here. We had a lot of viewers last night.
We did?
Oh, yep. Where is it? I just have to go to click and go to view your channel. And then go to live. I made a note somewhere. 78 views.
Wow.
That's for now. Hang on, let me look at the end of yesterday. Where's the end of yesterday? Scroll the notes. Scroll the notes. 68 views. 3 minutes after. So we've had 10 more views on yesterday's. Since then. 68 during a live stream is a lot. It was all scrolling by pictures of that cool TV show, probably. I don't know. It doesn't tell me when. It takes days and days for the YouTube analytics to get to where it tells me which part got watched the most. There's a lot. Somehow we lured them in yesterday, and we didn't even have a hottie body.
Oh, the one I was going to ask you about on the TVs and movies when cops, it should I put be are not cops. When is let's go with the California to start off. Is there at any time a law enforcement officer in California, when they're off duty, they're not considered law enforcement agents, officer, or like North Carolina, where except for highway patrol, you're a cop 24/7, even when you're not
All
in
agency and department dependent. And that's another wives' tale, rumor, myth of the good old days.
Well, I do know because one of my professors or instructors when taking criminology was a former highway patrolman, made the comment due to insurance purposes, highway patrolmen were encouraged not to react to crime when they were not in uniform, with the exception of if there was someone's life being threatened. And one of the examples he gave is if you're at the bank and someone robs the bank, is robbing the bank, and you have to draw your sidearm and you shoot them, wait for the cops to get there, say what you have to say, and then slink out the back door. Because apparently North Carolina didn't want to pay the extra insurance for highway patrolmen to be off-duty law enforcement. But I mean, and I was really asking that because you see all these times when cops they're day off, but they keep investigating something that interests them or has whatever feather they have up their butt.
Yeah, and hang on. Elizabeth said in California, it is about each agency off duty can help and be a hero, but cannot just go out being on duty everywhere forever.
Yeah.
The thing about the bank robbery example, like,
Yes.
don't get involved,
Uh-huh.
and all the other things, and I'm not going to look it up because what's probably there is just like everything else, especially in North Carolina law. It's last updated in 1989, but all the training materials have not caught up. This running around with your G word and your badge in your pocket, waiting to be a police off duty,
Yeah.
it's not allowed. You're just another person out in the world. You do
Well,
not get to say, without schedule or shift or clocking in or reporting in or checking out, that you're entitled to any form of agency immunity.
I do know that Fayetteville PD, at least under Henson, was they had to keep an off-duty piece, and it had to be registered with the police department for ballistics.
If
And they
they,
had to keep
if
it
none of
had,
them, if they're law enforcers and they did whatever their boss said, regardless of what the law says, that's on them. That
yeah.
tells me a lot about the individual cops, not show me that in writing, I would say. Hello,
But yeah,
Bill.
I've also known a few police officers in Fayetteville that they would
Off
why
duty, out
they'd keep a
of
little 25 in their
uniform,
back pocket.
gets no. Well, cops think they're immune from everything. They drunk drive. They drink and carry their guns. Cops think that they're immune. They are, I am the law. Gets no limited, qualified immunity. And see, in Los Angeles, maybe in the fictional planet Los Angeles police academies, they and things are different where cops aren't loved. They're absolutely hated. In 1983 or whatever, a Chicago gang trying to move into the edge of North Pasadena / Altadena. The only way for you to get into the gang as initiation was to shout a police officer in their face and then pull their bloody metal badge off their chest.
Well, and
So we didn't get to drive the cars home, and they taught us at the academies, don't run around telling people you're a cop. What are you trying to do? Get killed? You're just when you're off the clock. And then we went into the law section. You do what you
well,
want, cowboy, but you don't get any qualified immunity. Don't be calling us up after talking about, hey, I'm getting sued because I shot at the bad guy at the bank and hit the
when
teller and unalived her.
in the
Oh,
mid
that
90s,
sucks to be you, don't it?
in the mid 90s when I was going through BLET, basic law enforcement, we were told you are a law enforcement officer 24/7 even when you are not out of uniform or even when you were out of uniform.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know that people told, but did they hand you that in writing
It
and
was in our BLET books.
tell you the procedure to make sure that you had any form of immunity or qualified immunity or limited qualified immunity while you were running around in your short pants with your gun pecker carried.
Uh,
Nope. Because
the
I truly believe that the pencil pushers of government and the electeds love to see, man, can you believe they did that? And they thought we were going to back them up. That's just my true
uh,
belief.
the college professors that taught, they said, I'm going to say this with qualifiers. If you become a law enforcement officer, keep a firearm with you because you never know when you're going to run into someone who recognizes you out of uniform from when you were in uniform.
And that's, again, those are G word men to me.
Oh yeah, he was a former highway patrolman
But what
and reserve
happened?
deputy
Yeah,
sheriff.
yeah, well, and I know I'm being ugly. Well, that tells me right there. It's about 75 IQ, and with without my G word, I am nothing.
Well, he gave up being a professor and a reserve sheriff, deputy sheriff, because he was making too much money and too busy being a contractor.
Elizabeth said that was not about hate of cops. It was about getting something on the person to keep them from ever trying to get out of the game. I wonder if politicians are under the same rules. Yes, Elizabeth, yes, you don't have to wonder about that. In the cop cars, they call it getting SHIT on each other. Or they stole a word from the street. We all have to have dirt on each other.
Yeah,
And it's
I
so
saw.
old. Go back and look at uh, maybe Godfather number two. Maybe it might have been the first one. I don't remember which one. I think it's the second one, where the politician isn't going to vote their way. So they slip him something in his drink, and he wakes up next to a dead prostitute, and with a bunch of camera flash bulbs going off all around him. Now he's going to
Yeah,
vote their way. Yeah, it's the same old, same old.
something like that attempted to happen on me. The job I had before I was an investigator, I took a job as a repossessor of vehicle. And when I was riding around with the person that was supposed to be training me, we picked up this van, repossessed van. It had a solar charging panel on the roof. And I went, ooh, neat. I'm going to have to find one of those and get one of those for my van. I had a similar van. And he made the comment, well, just go ahead and take it. The guys with the title aren't going to really care. And I thought to myself, I'm being set up. Found out what it was later because I had to agree to disagree with the owner of the company. And we parted ways. And he tried to badmouth me. But that's because I wouldn't do his lawn for free. I told him I got paid to repossess cars, not to mow grass. Not doing it without money. I guess if you're not going to do me this, I'm not going to keep you hired. And I says, I guess that's how it's going to be. And we parted ways, and then I got the job with Mr. as an investigator. And when the boss, coming very close to saying his name, I don't think he's living anymore, but still, um, did investigate, went by that particular employer to get his opinion of me. He came back to the office so mad. He says, "You don't worry about that particular individual. I'm going to take care of it." I went, "Yes, sir."
Yes, sir. And
Well,
Elizabeth
my boss.
said, hang on, let me catch the chats up.
Okay.
That is exactly what Dean is saying, but where will that guy be when you get sued and paying millions of dollars in legal fees? He'll be laughing his ass off. That is what happened to the water in California. The congressman who tried to stand up to them got bad things. not reelected, and his girlfriend, he was also married, was red rummed, blamed on him. Yep.
Well, the guy I was working for repossessing vehicles, one of the things they did that I disagreed. In fact, I got almost walked off on that one. Is we had a vehicle to repossess. It was on Fort Bragg, no problem. We went by, told the MPs. The MPs tracked down the vehicle, and it was in a chain link fence locked up. So they had to get the key to unlock it. And I happened to ask, well, where's the person? Why doesn't he just pay his bill? And he go, oh, he's overseas. He's deployed. And I went, oops. We can't take the vehicle. What do you mean we can't take the vehicle? We can't take the vehicle. Why? The Soldier Sailors Act of 1935. We can't take the vehicle. I'm not going to federal prison for you. And the MP looks at me like, what do you mean you can't take the vehicle? Soldier Sailors Act. They are deployed. You're not allowed to repossess furniture, housing, or vehicles. They are immune. And I said, he says, well, the MP said we can have it, so we're taking it. And I got out of the truck and I'm starting to walk off. He says, where are you going? I'm not going to go to federal prison for you or that car. It's not worth it. I just soon try and find another job. Oh, get in the car. And the MP said, well, I guess we better check on this. And that's when he said, he thought to himself, oh, we better just get off Fort Bragg. And yeah, we better. Because as soon as he if the MP bothered to do his due diligence and asked the provost marshal if it was legal.
Yep. And so here
Go to
we
find
have
out.
another very fine example of, in all industries, are you just going to do whatever the hell your boss tells you to do? Or are you going to turn your thinker on? Because if you're going to be a criminal, like you're talking about, how much was Wonder Man paying you? Slightly above minimum wage?
$75 a pickup. We got paid by the car we picked up.
Yeah, okay. So whatever it works out to be. You're really going to go to federal penitentiary, or worse, risk
Nope.
some broken warfighter coming home and standing on your toes and asking you, why the F did you steal my car, MFer?
Yeah. Now, if he was
For $75, no.
if he was home and just not paying his bill, I'd have done it. If we repossessed it, but from a locked chain link area where they put their vehicles while they're on deployment, no.
It's
Federal
a
penitentiary
crime to
scares me.
break into a locked, secured area.
Well, technically, we didn't break in. The MP unlocked it for us, but it was still a secured area, and I was going by the Soldier Sailors Act. And I was like, I'm not going to federal prison. No, I
Yeah,
like shooting guns
so
too much.
we're getting a good example of this, and here it is. You're worried about the criminal liability, which is a good thing, and not mistreating one of our active duty soldiers, sailors, right?
You're right.
It's moral and it's legal. Here's the
Now,
real world practicality that I'm thinking about is that would be the guy who's been over doing the worst wicked evil stuff that must be done, the necessary evil for our country. And
yeah,
they got him over there on, they call it rocket fuel, the highly stimulated stuff,
yeah.
and all kinds of other stuff. And his eggs got scrambled 5 years ago, having to unalive innocents in the name of democracy spreading. And
Now,
everything in his world is violent and gory and horrifying. And he's an enhanced interrogator on loan to an agency of letters that doesn't exist. And that's the guy
well,
whose car you picked up.
if he would have been
That's
home, if he'd have been home and his car was in his driveway and he still didn't pay his bill, I don't care what he was, I'd have picked it up. A prime example is at a prison, one of the medium security prisons. We had to pick up a guard's truck because he hadn't made a payment in almost a year. And I hooked it up and repossessed it, and I was standing right underneath the tower he was manning. But I still took his car. And I said, next time, pay your bill. Then again, I also knew he couldn't get down from the tower.
I'm not talking about one here. I'm talking about the
I know.
example you gave. Well,
For
that
me,
guy's
it was
over
more-
there, and hell, it's on the list. Here, let me tell you. Let's go back to the checklist.
It's
But
more important
no,
to me.
cops may not.
Okay.
If they do, they're taking it all on their own arse. Every
Okay.
bit of what they do, waving that gun around, they're doing that crime. Go back, listen to previous streams. If
Yeah.
they're not in uniform, clocked in, logged in,
They are Joe's citizen.
yep.
Okay. That was because I like certain law enforcement programs. And there was one I was watching the other night. He went to do something before he was to clock on. The only reason they found him is he was overdue to clock on, and they tracked his phone, tracked his truck. He was attempting to get someone going after another person who was going to kill his wife, who was an escaped prisoner. And he was out of uniform, not plain clothes, but out of uniform. I was like, I don't think you're allowed to do that.
Everybody gets away with what they get away with until they don't anymore. And then they all stand around wondering. And it's what I call the departmental dump. It's another one that when I go teach coppers and security officers and other people's, what are you talking about? And then I tell them. And all of a sudden, everybody and the chief and everybody else always knew all along what a bad guy you were. Copper, everything about you is wrong. And like we talked about a while ago, and then you're the pariah. A person who is avoided or not accepted by a social group, especially because he or she is not liked, respected, or trusted. An outcast. All those people you were clinking brewskis with yesterday, and especially if you bought them eating the barbecue ribs out back, are sitting up there in front of IA telling the stories about how what a scumbag you are, and they always knew, and they tried to report it to Sergeant, but Sergeant said not on my watch, and it's called the departmental dump by me. Yep. I always knew he was a cowboy. He, she, they.
Well, that's also when I learned that the guys that do the repossessing in Fayetteville at that time were bigger thieves than ones that actually had criminal records. In fact, some of them had criminal records.
Oh, yeah.
And that's also when I found that repossession is under the Department of Insurance. All you need is a big, huge bond, and you can become someone who repossesses vehicles. Because I had to learn all the rules and the regs. You're not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to do that. You are allowed to do this. Because we were tracking down one vehicle just outside Wilmington, and two white guys in a pickup truck. Because we had a special lift in the back of the pickup truck for us to pick up cars. And on our way out of the neighborhood, we get stopped by 4 unmarked police cars, and they had their guns drawn. I'm like, what the hell? Apparently, the car we were we were looking for, the person we were looking for, was a known drug dealer. And New Hanover County Sheriff's Department had him under investigation. Or what, looking for him.
Bill, if you're still listening, isn't New Hanover where that deputy, I don't know, maybe I can look it up. NC Sheriff conspiracy to red rum his own deputy. This was back in 2019. No, it wasn't New Hanover. It was Granville. Pay attention, George. Not for any good reason. A North Carolina sheriff. This is September 2019. Hang on, let me put the link. Sorry, New Hanover. I'm sorry. I have too many stuffs rattle in my brain. Is the elected sheriff a good guy? Hell no. Are his deputies good guys? Yeah, so much so that the Shire Eve himself is trying to plot to have them red rummed. Granville County Sheriff Brendel Wilkins issued a statement Monday that blah-de-blah-de-blah. Wilkins learned in 2014 that Deputy Joshua Freeman planned to release a recording of him saying racially offensive comments. Don't say anything about that name, George. Just listen again to this statement.
I'm listening.
Prosecutors say Wilkins, that's the sheriff, who tried to plot to KIA this deputy, learned that the deputy that was being plotted against, Joshua Freeman, planned to release a recording of him saying racially offensive comments. Okay. That's a very important single statement in that article I just linked, because why was the Shire Reeve trying to KIA his own deputy? Because the deputy had the dirt and was threatening, they say planned, no, threatened to release a recording. He threatened to release the nudie pics or the racially offensive comments. There's no good guys in it.
Yeah, I gotcha. Because he was a good guy. As soon as he had the recording, he'd have given it to the prosecutor and released it.
Or he would have, instead of threatening or whatever, if he was a good guy, when the sheriff made racially offensive comments, he wouldn't have recorded it and kept it secret. You see, that's riding dirty or getting or putting dirt on each other.
Yeah.
Because that's the end of the career for an elected guy. Releasing recordings. So you're going to end my career, I'll end your life. There. That's how we roll behind a badge in North Carolina in 2019. The right thing to do is that if you were racially offended by something or whatever, instead of collecting dirt, is when your boss or coworker or whoever says the ugly thing, you say, listen, maybe you didn't understand. And now I'm going to tell you about it. Scroll back a little while ago. Don't go be saying that Montagnard stuff in Los Angeles. The Vietnamese gangs are a lot worse than some of the others. They will unalive you. So you just tell your coworker, boss, whoever the heck it is, hey, whoa, you missed the sensitivity class. Don't say things like that ever again. And if you're going to, don't say them in my presence. And don't ask, and don't say, I appreciate it, and don't say, because I'm a P word, and all this stuff. Just tell them. Don't say stuff like that. And I would prefer if you would get out of your mind. And don't make me turn on this body cam every time I talk to you, boss, and turn it over to the dang district attorney. Because if you go read, and I put the link in the chat, I hope I put it in the log. It's a very interesting case about the fact that this guy, accused of all this and whatever, incredibly charged, he said, I ain't stepping down. Recall me. There's only one way to get a sheriff unelected in North Carolina, and that's recall.
Yep. The only person that can in the county can arrest a sheriff is the county coroner.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if they get arrested, charged, and convicted. They get to be sheriff from inside a cell. Go ask Donald Trump, the felonies matter to versus an election? O-H and no.
I think for sheriff it does.
Not once you're in.
Chief law enforcement. But anyhow, what I was leading to is, what does Cumberland County not have? A county coroner. We only have medical examiner. So in order to arrest a Cumberland County elected sheriff, you have to get the State Bureau of Investigation to arrest him.
Refuse to speak, but now we're not trusted. I worked in this for decades in safe streets programs. Yeah, until any of us will stand up to our boss and give them a pass. Tell them first, sir and or ma'am, you may not have known this. Whatever you said is somehow sexually or racially or whatever, religiously offensive. Don't. The things that we dry ourselves with after we step out of American showers and baths. Do not call people that you perceive to be from certain regions of this world that heads. If one of your coworkers, or I don't care what field you're in, if you would hate to say that and utterly offend somebody, like working at McDougal's, and have them push you into the fryer. I just made that up. But you never know how offensed and how bad somebody is. So be nice to your boss and say, maybe you didn't know. Now you know. And don't collect dirt on your boss. Just quit. Go away. Or you are the problem.
Reminded me, you and I, former employer, were in a conference, and he was trying to make a point, and he said, if someone thinks this, you can, and he looked at me, you can get the F out. Okay. And I started to get up to leave, and he goes, oh, no, that's not what I meant. I was just giving that example. Okay. Don't tell me to get the F out, or I will.
And that's not how bosses are allowed to speak to employees.
Yeah.
Baca was arrested, jailed. He is not the sheriff any longer, and I will not argue the Trump lawfare issues. But he has only one issue on appeal at present. Every single other has been dismissed or won on appeal. It doesn't matter. Even if they pushed him through and convicted him, the only way to get him out of there is impeach him. That's the fact, Jack. It doesn't matter at all. I don't know in North Carolina what we have anymore. At least as far as back as 2019, 2020. They don't care. Conspiracy, plotting, planning, attempted, and all the other. He's still the elected sheriff. You want him out? Vote him out. Yes, get away if they are corrupt or just icky. Who needs it? I would rather grown turnips and sell them to expensive restaurants and picked up turnips and work for millions on corrupt. Yeah. Me too. If you don't have if it's not your time in life to tell coworker, boss, underling, somebody you just see on the street, for whatever reason, you just don't feel good about saying to them, hey, don't say that again. But somehow you feel good about hopefully getting them to repeat it now that you got your secret recording device handy so that you can hold it over them and threaten them that you'll ruin their career with it. You're the bad guy.
The only circumstance I would say you're not the bad guy is if you already reported it and the district attorney wanted you to get them on tape, using an old expression, saying it so they had evidence to prosecute. That's a very specific.
Yeah, and I'm not that guy.
I got you.
I'm the guy who would just say, "What? What'd you just say?"
I beg your pardon.
Yeah, I don't. I'm asking you plain. Don't repeat what you just said. Tell me in an at will or whatever we call this state. Tell me you don't like me and I gotta go.
Right.
Or I'm gonna tell you I don't like you and I'm gonna go. One way or the other. If you're gonna continue to be that way and disgust me, I'm not getting judged by the company I keep. And that company being you. I'll walk. I'll go do dishes somewhere. I don't care. I'll change oil in cars. With dignity and integrity. I ain't getting dirt and blackmailing nobody. I think that's the correct term. When you get something on somebody and then try to hold it over them for something,
Yeah.
that makes you the bad guy. And I would tell the district attorney, well, then no. You know, what if they shook me down or had one of them electronics detectors and said, "Are you wearing a bug? Are you wearing a wire?" That could get me unalive right now. You do your own secret squirrel stuff. The smallest grant we had was 65 M's. When I left, they no longer had a network to get more funds. Good move, pissing me off. I did not get my settlement, millions in the judge I would get, but they had no project anymore, no grants. Yes, I believe I do not like you, or you do not like me, so I am leaving. I have clean stalls a lot. Yeah, I'm a poop shoveler, old fashioned. Slept in my horse trailer, quit a job in the middle of the night. Staying around horrible people is not my idea of a free or good life. Yeah, and so anyway, yep, it's good conversations. They go around and around. We're all learning. We're all understanding. We're giving real world examples. This really happened just a few years ago in North Carolina.
I'm jumping to another one of the so we can get some of these checked off. What I was referring to was weapons and lack of knowledge in computer games and tabletop games. I'll start off with examples in computer games. There's I don't know what version of Call of Duty it was, but there's a Call of Duty where one of the firearms you can use is an AK-50. To my knowledge, and to a lot of people, there's only one AK-50. It was recently completed, as in I think this past year, by Branda Herrera. It was a project that he'd been working on for over 10 years to see if he could not build or upscale an AK to shoot 50 BMG. And he happened to be playing in a game, and they had it there, a 50 cal AK. And they didn't bother to ask him if it was okay for them to use it. That's just one example. They make certain firearms out to be better than they really are. But when it comes to tabletop games, what really gets my goat, because I'm kind of a historian and weapons nut, my word. Um, a prime example is Pathfinder / D&D. They have this sword they written into the game called a falchion. A falchion in reality is a one-handed sword that's sort of shaped either like a meat cleaver or a giant-sized heavy Bowie knife. They make it out in the game to be a two-handed weapon, curved, sort of like you see in all the cartoons when the rabbit's being chased by the genie and he's got this big, huge scimitar looking like going Hassan chop, and then the other games will have a scimitar and a hanger, saber, and you're going like, you do realize, people, they're almost practically the same weapons. The only difference between a scimitar and a hanger is where it was made and what language you're speaking in.
Which tabletop game are you talking about again?
Role-playing games, RPGs, specifically D&D 3.5 or D&D Pathfinder, which uses D&D 3.5. The writers put in, or they'll say, well, you can get extra damage if you have spikes on your armor. The only person you're going to ever injure spikes on your plate mail or armor is yourself, because you're going to get hung up, poke yourself in your head, or some other ridiculousness. There is no, other than decoration, armor has very specific design. I know I worked when I was in the 80s. I worked with a company that we made medieval armor, and we had to do all the research to make sure they're historically accurate and they would fit. That's also how we found out that when you see pictures of armor, plate mail specifically, in museums, they're displayed so you can see them, not as how they were worn, because otherwise knights were kin to orangutan. Their fingers practically reach their ankle, because the way just so you can see the whole arm, they lower it versus putting it up where the armor overlaps. It's a pet peeve of mine, and I wish. And there's so many books out there and professionals, London Museum, that they would answer these questions with a phone call, but they don't bother to write it down. Just like the difference between a katana and a longsword, a European, what they call a longsword, is, yes, the katana is sharper, but it's made from inferior steel because there's not a lot of steel in Japan. It is super razor sharp, but it doesn't hit hard armor. As soon as you start hitting something hard with it, you're going to dull the crap out, probably break it. Where the longsword was designed to go after other people in armor. And he also gets stuff wrong too. I've watched his.
I mean, you probably know thousands of times more than me. I know that we call gladiators gladiators because the little 18-inch to 2-foot sword they used back 2,500 years ago to 1,500 years ago was called a gladius.
Right.
Other than that,
Because
I don't really know. I would be saying
yeah,
stuff that I don't know, and I would always defer to Shadiversity.
yeah, the difference between a gladius and what the gladiators used was the length and the style of blade. Gladius was mostly used by actually the Roman legion.
Right.
Occasionally, gladiators would use that,
It's a very
but I'm just
short, it's a very
yeah.
long knife for a very short sword.
It's between 18 to 26 inches. Most of them
Yep.
were 24 inches. Double edged with a very sharp arrow-like point for stabbing purpose.
Hmm. And other than that, I know absolutely nothing.
That's okay. I'm
I
I've been
know
doing this.
I know to ask George or ask Shad over at Shadiversity.
I've been studying this kind of stuff since I was little, and I'm always learning something because there's no way to know it all.
Oh yeah.
Like
I have
when
too
it
much
comes to
other stuff in my head.
well, if I have questions about black powder cannon, I have a buddy who that's his thing is artillery pieces. I call him.
Yeah, I was
He
about to
actually
say, don't call me. Don't ask me in
he
my.
actually he actually owns 3 black powder cannons.
Does
Okay.
dude have a website or a YouTube? Let's
No,
put his links up to him too.
no, he doesn't. He's not interested. It's just he's been doing reenacting for a few years and he likes artillery pieces. And he's shot both live ammo and mostly blanks. Um, I have been on artillery crews growing up because if you were under the age of 16, you weren't allowed to carry a musket, but I could shoot a cannon. That rule never made sense to George under 16. I was not 16 yet in 1981, but they put me on a 12-pound cannon. Which would do more damage, the musket or a cannon?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I have to go take an overactive bladder break.
Okay. Put bubbles up.
6:23 p.m. Eastern. And then when we get back, Elizabeth, I'm gonna deal with all your chats. Well, that's as good as it's getting, or I'm gonna be sitting here in wet pants in a wet chair. Where you at, girl? Get up there. Be right back.
Well, Elizabeth, yes and no. Max armor at its heaviest and its most covering was jousting armor of your 15th century Maximilian plate, which was only 100 pounds extra. And generally, the reason they used the winches, they weren't really cranes per se, to put a knight on was the restrictive mobility of some poorly made armor or not as good. One of the tests for knighthood is you had to be able to climb onto your horse with your armor on. Your non-jousting armor weighed between 44 and 55 pounds spread out throughout the entire person's body. That's also the reason you had your knights on horseback would ride your bigger horses so that they could carry the weight. And the reason the jousting armor was thicker, it was thicker and heavier so that you wouldn't take damage other than maybe falling off your horse, because it was a sport and they didn't want to kill people, their nobility in a sport, though there were people killed in that sport. The king of one of the dauphins of France in that time period was killed in a jousting accident where the lance broke and the edge of the the way earlier, like the Knights Temple, that stuff didn't even weigh that much. That was chainmail with maybe a helmet or something like that. Less than, I mean, we're talking a full suit of Norman chain, which you had pants, you had a gambeson, padding, and all that, may weigh a total of 75 pounds, and that's for foot knife. But it was all over your body. Chainmail is not that heavy, especially if once you put it on, because the way it disperses the weight. The heaviest part of their armor was their helm, because that was, depending on the style, whether it was a bucket helm or just a brain cup, little, sort of like a full metal yarmulke with a nose bridge. That was the heaviest thing they had. Chainmail, it's not that heavy. Where you see the knight being lifted with a winch in illustrations and in movies is generally what they're showing would be the early stages of full plate Maximilian style. But armor, one of the rules for armor is you got to move in it. And there are also a lot of more recent people doing research on the armor. In fact, there's one YouTube video where a former that's the reason they started breeding the bigger horses, like Clydesdale. Clydesdale was not originally a plow horse. It was a horse bred in Scotland to carry full knights and armor and saddle and all that. The Percheron, I think, is, y'all know horses more than I do. I'm gonna
The
put that out there.
Percherons, the big black ones.
Yeah, those were developed to carry knights in full armor. Along like the Clydesdale, they didn't pull beer wagons and wagons to start off with. They were knights, because originally only the nobility were allowed to wear horses, could even afford horses. Now, when the Normans came in 1066, and they rode something closer to what we know as a pony, or smaller horse from Normandy, and even the Vikings had horses where they would wear mail, but their saddles were a lot more crude. The bigger the saddles got, the heavier the saddles got, the heavier the armor got, the bigger the horses got. And just to give you a reference, on naturalhistory.com, it says a full suit of male armor covering the knight from head to toe weighed approximately 20 kilograms, 44 pounds. A complete suit of plate mail of the 15th century, which is your Maximilian, which was your zenith of plate mail, was 22 to 25 kilograms, depending on whether you were on foot or you're on a horse. Because if you were on horse, they took the armor that covered the back of your legs off, because it'd be very hard to get in a sitting position that covered in steel. With the most complete protection. It weighed, like I said, 44 to 55 pounds. Jousting armor, like I said, that was a sport, and they didn't want to necessarily kill their nobility in a sport, was 45 kilograms or 100 pounds. You can look that up also at the Tower of London Museum. They also have these stats. Generally, a lot of times when they use the winch or bully system, pulling a knight on, is they were in the jousting armor, and it was, I mean, they literally had it so that your left arm that was holding the lance would lock into place. You couldn't move it around. You could adjust your body a little bit to aim the lance, but not much. And that was for your protection, or the jouster's protection. And what ended armor for the most part, plate mail and stuff of that nature, is your start of your arquebus in the 1500s all the way up, and it really became irrelevant mostly in the 17th century, 16th and 17th century, on the line of muskets and wheel locks, because you could teach anybody how to shoot a musket in no time. It took years to teach an archer, and they've done testing beyond testing and beyond testing. There is not a bow ever made, other than certain crossbows, that could penetrate. They could easily put on the back with 100 pounds, a mounted horse with ground armor. I'm not saying they were lightweights. I'm just saying it wasn't as heavy as a lot of people like to make it out to be. But your jousting horses were your huge horses that can carry lots of weight. And that's when they had the big saddles. They could all practically lock you into your seat. And at that point in jousting, it wasn't meant to knock the person off the horse. You see all the pictures where they have those fancy looking like things on top of their helms. Those were generally made of paper mache, and you were supposed to knock those off their head. And if you're aiming for something off the top of their head, and you hit their head with that lance, it breaks and goes in there where they see out of. That's how they would get killed or blinded or something of that nature. And that's how the Dauphin of France was killed in a jousting accident. I mean, you wouldn't put a knight in armor on a trotter. That goes back to one of the things I put in my email, and I'm glad you said one thing leads into another, Dean. I believe I put in there the right horse / mule for the right job.
Now we can mark that one off the checklist, can't we?
I mean, because a lot of people think, oh, mules are just they get mules and donkeys confused. Versus a mule is a cross between a horse and a mule. Not a mule, but a donkey. And depending on the horse Okay, y'all gonna have to help me with this. I can't remember if it's the horse mommy or the horse daddy or the mule daddy. Gets confusing because I know there are mules that are almost as big as Clydesdale, and they're still used in farming up north.
Yeah, I don't remember how you got to breed animals like that. They have right close to here. I think they still have it in Linden, NC. Horse Mule Tractor Show. Uh, the North Carolina Workhorse and Mule Association hosted their annual corn planting day in Linden, North Carolina. There's all kinds of stuff, and for some reason, I guess Linden has enough left over. It's still farmland. They haven't turned it into tract housing yet.
Yeah. Well, it probably
Uh,
brings up enough money. They're not going to tear it down for track housing.
yeah, but if you go to search, I search for Linden NC Horse and Mule Tractor Show, you can find all the horse and mule people that are serious about it.
Yeah.
Search for Benson Mule Days. It shows up there. That's just going to teach you how to wear Wrangler pants and get drunk.
Well, it's just like Shetland. Most people call all ponies Shetland ponies, but specifically Shetland ponies, which come from the Shetland Island, or little
That's a
cart
special
horses.
kind of tiny little horse that has long hair.
Yeah, because the Shetland Islands are cold all year round. Ugh, makes me cold even thinking about it. But one reason ponies have been able to stay around as long as they have is because they were also used in mining, because they went down in the mines to pull the little mine cart. Up until they had ponies pulling mine carts, to my knowledge, in England, up until almost the sixth, definitely up to World War II, and then they got those electric carts, and the ponies weren't used as much.
Elizabeth said, God told King David, do not disrespect or unfree my horses. You have oxen. That is why King David did not use chariots or cavalry. I know it's here. Did I miss it? No. Lack of knowledge, weapons, right
But
horse,
then again,
mule for the job.
in a book series slash movie, a TV movie series called Sharp points out the easiest way to get big pompous stuffed shirt down on the ground where you can kill him easy is to knock the horse he's riding in the mouth. You take out the mount, they don't have anything to ride on.
Elizabeth said the Shetlands and Welches were kept in caves or barns in the daytime because the kings would make it illegal to have farm animals. He wanted all the fodder for his stags to be good and fat. They got smaller and smaller each year and generation. Cool. Adaptation.
I mean, the right horse slash mule for the job leads into the right firearm for the right job. You don't use a pistol as a sniper weapon.
Unless you're me. He's,
I know. I like. Okay,
I shouldn't have
I've been
said
known
that.
to
That
hit
was a
things that.
little too boastful.
Yeah, I was
There's
about
a
to say.
guy I know
I've
named Ricky who shoots 8-inch moving targets at 200 plus meters, 197 something yards, or maybe it's 205 yards, something like that. Moving 8-inch targets with a Glock 19.
Well, okay. I'm not the best shot in the world, but I've been known to hit a 2x6, approximately foot and a half tall, at 80 yards, and that was with a Ruger Blackhawk 45. and I just did it to see if I could do it.
Gangs in Los Angeles do. They use a car with bouncing lifts for a horse in their jousting. Yeah.
Well, I do
I
know
just
back.
posted the links in chat that I looked up earlier to address. Let's get this one out of the way. At
Okay, go.
0403, where she had asked in the chat about the truth of movies and the videos about what we in the G words industry love to call gangsta shooting. That's GANSTA. Of course, Jerry Miculek, being old guy, he didn't know that. He wrote gangster. We call it the overhand push because besides firing your G word, you have to do that whole pumping of your arm so that you're making your bullets go faster than anybody else's.
Well,
There's a lot of very funny joke videos. The way Keanu Reeves learns from that Butler guy, I think his name is. They call it point shooting. Yes, you can do a G word without aiming through the sights, especially when you're talking about point blank range. It
yeah.
ain't gonna happen. But that whole look cool while you're doing it, everybody remember this. Yes, it's perfect. That is marksmanship gold tier level. Gold
Yeah.
stars for all of them. Because when they go up against your regular concealed carry person or a cop, they're going to lose. So keep teaching them that.
Well, there's only okay. You know how you see the gangsters in their videos and stuff, and they're holding the Glock or whatever sideways.
That's what she's talking about.
There's only two people that I've ever heard of, seen, watched that can do that with any form of accuracy in my entire life. One of them is Glenn Ford, and it was with a revolver, and that was the way he did a quick draw. One of the ways he did a quick draw. And he could hit what he was aiming at. And Jerry from Smith & Wesson. Those are
Yeah,
the
I
only
got
two
his.
people.
I put a link to his thing in the chat. It's called Gangster Shooting Gun Myth with Jerry Miculek and Iraq veteran 8888. I put a link in the chat.
Those are the only two people in all the time I've watched gun videos and Western movies and cop shows. Those are the only two people that I have ever seen use that sideways draw and could hit anything. And that was just one of the ways Glenn Ford did it is he had where he'd bring it out and versus coming straight up, he'd just kind of flip his wrist sideways. And he'd get it out there and he could shoot. And he had to been good because at one time he was classified as the world's fastest gun. Sammy Davis Jr. made it the 7th fastest when he was doing that same kind of thing. And Sammy was good with a sidearm. He was good. And I mean good as in just fast. I mean he could hit what he was aiming at. Just like, people tease about remember his name, drew a blank. To hell and back. Audie Murphy. But one of the things he used to do just to do, he'd take out his service 1911 45 and he would shoot the buds off of rose bushes.
Well, I would have
And clip it
defended
and
my rosebuds.
well, they were his, so he could shoot everywhere he owned.
Okay. I had to
But that's one of
say.
the things he would, to prove that he could do it, he'd go buy a rose bush that just had the bud on it, and he would shoot the bud off. and he got to where he could clip it so that he could hand the bud to someone. I mean, that's with a 1911. That's some pretty good shooting. I remember doing mountain man rendezvous. One of the competitions they had was shooting at about 30 yards, shooting a straw in half, or shooting a playing card in half sideways. That is hard. The other one that they used to do is they put an axe up and they put a clay pigeon on either side of the axe head, and the object was to split the ball so you hit both clay pigeons at the same time. That is harder than you can believe. I did it once. Once. The straw part with clipping a straw in half, that's like clipping a cigarette in half. That's easier than hitting that axe head to split it just right so that you can hit both clay pigeons on either side.
Oh, and I
Another
just thought,
competition.
Elizabeth, if you never saw, I don't even remember which one it was, one of the Cheech and Chong Up in Smoke movies, when they didn't have a car that bounced like a lowrider, Chong bounced up and down in it and made the little van bounce. It was hilarious.
Oh, speaking of there was a I think it was 1975, between 74, might have been 75, 76. There was a movie where they had motorcycle gangs that were with helmets riding around with lances and shields,
Yeah, I
jousting.
remember it.
Hmm?
I remember it. Movie Motorcycle Jousting. It's called Night Riders, 1981.
Oh, there was one before then.
Oh, that's made by George A. Romero. I guess we should have looked at him yesterday while reviewing Zombie People. Figures. I don't see any other. Stone Cold. Followed a bike gang. Post-apocalyptic Renaissance fair elements. There's one called supposedly Stone Cold in 1979.
Okay, you're probably talking right. I thought the Knight Rider came before then.
Stone Cold. 1979. IMDb.
Now, there was a group, the early days of the Society for Creating Anachronism, SCA. They actually had guys go out there with motorcycles and poles, curtain rod, those big long curtain rods you could buy. They're like 1 inch, maybe 1.5 inch dowels, and and jousted each other. But too many people got hurt, so they cut that out.
Well, it definitely wasn't Stone Cold. That's about some guy sniping prostitutes.
You're probably right with the Knight Rider. I seem to remember because one of them they were wearing those white open face helmets.
Oh, yeah, that was Night Riders. But I
Okay,
already took it off the screen.
I just thought it was older than that. Paul Williams.
Oh, just
Just
answering the wind. Whatever, man, whatever. The right firearm, the right job. We kind of
just like
discussed it yesterday. You know, do what works for you.
yeah. Well,
Don't
I
do
mean,
crazy, what
trying
the
to
David
shoot lock.
Letterman show used to call stupid human tricks.
Yeah, trying to shoot locks off or hinges off with a pistol. No, that's best done with a shotgun.
And then only a certain kind of round in your shotgun. If you shoot at a doorknob or a large metal hinge with some kind of pelleted shell in your shot G word, it's going to bounce off that thick metal hinge and fly right back at you or your
Yeah.
partners. Please
One
don't
of them I
try that stupid TV stuff at home.
think one of them was called Dragon's Breath. that came
Do
out.
not
The one I
try
found,
this at home, Ari.
the
The
one I made that
stupid
worked.
human.
I took the stuff left from turning brakes. I was working at an auto shop and loaded that with a little bit of Elmer's glue to hold it in place into a shotgun shell. Shotgun taped that up. Now that would take out a hinge and not come back on it because it as soon as it hits, it's instant powder. Poof.
Yeah, I think he used a shot G word or shot whatever. In Heat, Al Pacino walks up to a door and or the other guy he's with, and they frag out the hinges and the door falls down. That's movie
Yeah,
stuff, people. That's movie stuff. Don't try that at home.
the military do have shotgun rounds for that exact purpose. So do the police.
They're called breaching rounds. They are
Well,
designed to tear apart hunks
the
of
door,
door.
but they are used in 12 gauge shotgun. You don't have a breaching round coming out of a 9mm pistol.
Nope.
That's kind of what I was referring to as the right gun for the right job. And unless you're your friend who shoots 8-inch moving targets at 200 meters, use a rifle.
You need a rifle, and then are you war fighting against another guy with a rifle that's really good? Because you probably don't need to be worried about that either.
Well, if you're fighting against another guy with this very good rifle, call in artillery.
Yeah. Those super long range specialty stuff like that, and he was a serious hardcore warfighter.
Well,
And
the
that's I've asked this in previous streams, like what compels you or drives you, like what's so important about you doing that? Because I wanted to, mainly to see if I could.
the first person to ever really get a sniper shot with a 50 cal came from a Ma Deuce with a scope on it. And even the guy who made that shot made the comment it was pure luck that guy happened to climb up on that boulder where I had already sighted in this 50 cal, and he happened to stay there just long enough for me to get the shot off. And at that time it was the world's longest shot on record. And at that time, in order to get a confirmed sniper kill, you had to be seen by at least one commanding officer or 2 NCOs. And considering that time snipers went by themselves or with one other person, it was kind of hard to get confirmed kill. And I'm trying to remember his name.
The North Carolina Armed Manual is not available for free. You have to still buy that from the DOJ's bookstore. But you can find other stuff online wherever you want. And this is more of that when I do these classes, basic or G words, because that's what we call armed in North Carolina. It means a hand G word. Either one, I make fun and mock their books because they really don't care. They're whatever. That's just security people. Let them go unalive themselves or get sued criminally and civilly. We'll laugh.
Carlos Hancock is the person I was referring to.
Oh yeah, the famous one. He did the most famous, like where he breathed, if that's the right word. I don't know. Through a little reed while submersed in the Vietnam jungles,
He
and then
did all
popped
kinds of
up
things.
and did.
He only
And then
he had 93 confirmed kills, but due to the amount of missions he went on, they think that he probably had more than double that. Like I said, in order to get a confirmed kill at that time, it had to be confirmed
Cop.
by either two witnesses or a commanding officer.
Oh, see, AI overview has been extremely tricked. Be careful, everybody, with your AI. $10 trillion worth of investment, and it says in a hypothetical fictional. I don't see the nickname. Oh my God.
My only experience with gangsta shooters, the only people they manage to hit are innocent kids that happen to be somewhere in the vicinity. There was one at a movie theater here in Fayetteville. Well, it wasn't the movie theater. It wasn't in the movie theater. It was at an arcade next to the movie theater, over by what was at the time, I think it was called Omni Theater. I think still called that or not. Two gangstas saw each other in the arcade and started shooting at each other. This is shortly after my little brother had left. We were about 2 miles away when the shooting happened. And all they managed to hit, other than arcade games, was this one little 3-year-old girl. And they shot they estimated they shot at least 30 rounds apiece, because it was 15 round magazines and they reloaded. And that's all they managed to hit. And they were within 20 feet of each other. See, that's what I hate. It's not that they, yes, teach gangsters on how to shoot so they can kill each other off faster and not hit little kids. Problem is that's who they generally hit. Grandma taking care of a little kid or
Oh, yep. All right, Elizabeth said, I still do not get clearly if a stupid kid watched a lot of video and gangster games and movies, gets a big handgun, holds it sideways, and fires. Isn't that kid going to end up with some part of their own body destroyed, maybe forever, or a lot of surgery? No. The answer is no. All is great, but in the real world, a little kid who tied a shoelace between the doorposts, and when that overarmed, overprotected, well-trained troop falls to the ground, and the 80-year-old great, yeah, hang on, there's more coming. The answer to the first part, or the first two combined messages, no, they will most likely get one round out, and then the G word will be malfunctioned. They usually don't mess with G words big enough to kick hard enough to hopefully crack their foreheads or something open. That takes a special kind of fool.
though the number of gangstas or wannabe gangstas making YouTube videos that have ended their own life or their own sex organ is, to me, sadly funny.
Yep. Overarmed, overprotected, well-trained troop falls to the ground, and the 80-year-old great in real battle, or even survived the troop plane. I feel like something got missing in here again. I'm trying to go slow and understand it, and I'm thinking YouTube's eating something. Autocomplete, autocorrect, autospell is changing some words or something. Anyway, yes, the Ganks does. Because without a proper grip and a proper stance and a proper something, it's called failure to feed or failure to eject. They'll usually get hopefully they will get a dreaded double feed. But most of them get or steal or come across. They don't go out in the roads with $2,000 or more Desert Eagles or
That's how they
$1,000 H&Ks. The kids run around playing gangsta with 380s and little revolvers and glunks that they stole from somewhere. So it can survive their improper training, and they're just throwing rounds all around the neighborhood.
like I said, and they tend to hit grandma or 3-year-old or a toddler or an infant.
Yeah. I work with street gangs. There are tons of really stupid kids out there, but I just wonder what the reality of it is. The reality of it is harsh as hell, and we hate to admit it in America. And fortunately, a lot of them don't. eh, They call it, disorganized crime or barely organized. That's why they call them street gangs. But MS-13 sending, I don't remember if it was MS-13 or 18th Street, sending members to the military for training.
Yep.
And
Here's where I
in
wish.
September 9th, 2016, September 14th, 2017, January 14th, 2021. This is ongoing. January 10th, 2020. This is almost every year in the last 9 years. Homeland
Here's where the
Security, the military, everybody else has. In
here's where
2014, the gangs are sending Barrio 18 into the United States Army and the USMC to get properly trained.
here's where I wish I could get a hold of a friend of mine, because when he was with Fayetteville PD, he was part of gang intelligence. Now he does lectures on gangs in the military and gangs in law enforcement, and gives lectures to law enforcement and other agencies on gangs. And he has quite a bit of knowledge on gangs, and I would love to get him on here and doing it, but I haven't seen him since Brother Brett.
And then Elizabeth said, friend in a war zone. Yes, and yesterday the generals were discussing on a C-SPAN, covered hearing the problem of our troops complaining about being fought with our own weapons, either sold or stolen by enemies by the USA itself. Absolutely.
Yep.
Anywhere any kind of level of corruption can exist, it was another one of the big, and it might not involve the big two, or it may have. I'm not even going to look it up. It was in the greater Los Angeles area back in the whatever days. Hello, Bill. That they, the police were impounding or doing whatever, lots of G words, and then go selling them out of the trunks of police cars to the street, to who they had just impounded them from, or maybe. It can happen. It does happen. So I hope we got those dealt with. And it's again the right tool or the right. Trying to finish up that topic. Especially not supposedly trained professionals. You too. Think about your training and say to yourself, is what they're telling me correct? Go type whatever the hell they told you in the Google bar. Poppers. Um, but don't use a G word is truly a distance weapon. There is an extreme amount of specialized training that you need to have before you'll think about using that in close quarters. And it's just all these things add up to make sure, especially when you're talking about something that could hurt you as well as the other person. I hope you got a plan B. Right. Tool. Continued. Another chat. Read the chat. Yes, on the sales from trunks of law enforcement gangs in the ranks. Did you see the movie City of Lies? It's about gangsta in LA during the years I was working gang abatement. I don't know. I probably have. City of Lies, IMDb, from 2018. Who in it? He has a very serious face. Johnny Depp. Forrest Whitaker. Forrest Whitaker's the one I talking about. The girl I knew was just in love with Forrest Whitaker, and now I hope I'm showing he dropped frames or packets, but IMDb is not loading the pictures. I don't remember this. Oh no, I've watched a lot of documentaries, but no docudramas or whatever about the notorious B.I.G. Here we go. Am I still coming through? Somebody answer me.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yes.
Okay, very good. It just must be an IMDb problem. We're gonna say City of Lies, 2018. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. Notorious B.I.G. I've seen all kinds of, and there's a whole series of documentaries out on who's the guy that's in trouble now? Puff Dude, Puffy
Oh,
Daddy,
yeah,
Sean. What's his name? Combs.
yeah, Sean Combs.
Yeah, and I'm not interested. Sounds like madness to me. There are a lot of those other ones. I saw a couple of those. Curtis 50 Cent. 50 Cent.
Mm-hmm.
Dealios. Yeah, it's Russell Poole. I would like to see a docudrama about John Thompson. His mom managed as lead office paralegal for a huge national office. Her son KIA'd by gangs in the department where waiting for it. Was the work go okay, Bill?
Yeah, that's fine, man.
Nothing
I had to go
exciting.
cover for somebody. No, I had to go cover for somebody that had to take their wife to the ER. Everything's good though.
As long as it was go to
Nothing
work, clock
major,
in,
major.
clock out, go home.
That's all it was.
Her son KIA'd by gangs in the department where he worked. He was also set to go to safe house that night, but was KIA'd. Possibly a deputy who luckily had a dad who was a homicide detective who forgot about neighbors when he went in and took boxes out of the death scene. Oh, I have heard about that. I started to watch a court thing on it, but I was like, I don't know what's going on. And from what she's talking about in the chat. And then, of course, like we were talking about another time, maybe yesterday, maybe before, Sometimes bad guys just can't, they have an overwhelming compulsion to return to the scene of their crimes and either gather up a little piece of trophy or just sit there and, like, you can't go home and remember something. You got to be in the area so you can see it with your eyeballs. I don't know what's wrong with it. What's wrong with them is they're bad guys. Their brain don't work right. Go watch a movie. I cannot comprehend that kind of madness. That's the Johnny Depp, the movie. Right tools, right jobs. What else we got on these lists? Anything? How about the serious stuff? Don't know if we'll ever make it. Eric Bana, actor. We might not get into the serious ones. We'll see if he was in anything. Yeah, we got it. We marked it off. About
I don't know because
discussing.
I'm not. Oh, there
You're
it
not,
goes.
you're not what?
I'm having to watch the YouTube thing, and because you didn't set up the thing where we can see what you see.
Oh yeah, I know. So you're in the lag land.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, and I can't do it today because I forgot to plug myself in on the wire. I'm on wireless. And it really did try
Ah,
to cook my computer last night.
it didn't try to cook it.
Yeah, it took about 10 or 15 minutes for the fans to finally wind down where I could hear myself think.
Oh, jeez, that's bad.
That poor baby had to say, "I'm sorry, computer, I won't hurt you again."
I
It's
love
mainly
them.
because it needs to be torn apart and properly cleaned. The mom
Yeah,
brought
I'm not doing.
the Red Rummer book she had subpoenaed into the Elder Meditation Center. I was a paralegal for the bar. We put it into a class for justice students to break it down and do research for graduation. They found a lot of evidence, especially the kids from those bad areas. Strangers in the body will make control. And then the last thing on the George list is what to do when law enforcement breaks the law. We sort of touched it yesterday. Let me copy paste that one. Let's get it off the list. And I will say again, you better go. It could happen to you. If you think you're immune from even accidentally bad cops, you're wrong. And I don't care what skin color you are or what religion you are. Checklist item. What to do when law enforcement breaks the law. A little bit or a lot. Uh, the same old thing. Here we go. My version of it is this. And if you meant something else, George, clarify in a moment. Let me get this out of my system. Go watch Audit the Audit, and you better have a plan with checklists, plural, before that bad thing happens. And then go see the Audit channel. See the Audit channel on YouTube and buy their book. They are not a sponsor. They are not, they don't know I exist on this planet. Am I still subscribed to them? Yes, I am. Shadiversity. He thinks the YouTube and the algorithm are out to get him. Twice now, I've gone looking for the quick link to his channel in my subscriptions list, and it is gone. I begin to think you might be right, Shad. links to their book are in their channel about and in all of their modern videos since they put their book out. I'm not going to Amazon and I'm not going there. I've given that much to it. What do you do? The plan to answer the question that he asked, even if hypothetically, the plan I have that includes checklists is in all of your encounters with police, need to start with put this one in a star. My dot plan starts with see audit the audit channel. You cannot trust, especially not in North Carolina, that body cam BS. Get your devices, plural, audio and video recording. Notify them that you are recording and don't get yourself KIA'd by acting illegally, police. Do not think that because you're go watch audit the audit, go scroll here. I'm just going to do it. Audit the audit. Where are you hiding now? Where are you now? Videos. You are not safe. White guy. White red-headed guy who is a professional auditor. Evil cop punches a senior disabled veteran unconscious. Go see that one 2 weeks ago. This poor dude has total Alzheimer's, dementia, something. And this cop knocked his ass out. Yes, he was black. It's a coincidental. That cop would have knocked anybody out. $1 million lawsuit. Fat old white guy. Disabled veteran. Yep, she did. White guy. Seized his leg up. There are plenty. Here's some black people. You know, that's the only ones they target are blacks. Okay, you go ahead and live that way. If you can't even scroll these dang thumbnails and let your eyes tell you the truth, fearless grandma stands up to corrupt cop and wins. Look at what color she is. There are good. Here's there. And I've watched the whole thing. The reason it says I only watched part of it is because I re-watched part of it. I was writing something else somewhere else and put a link to it. I practice what I preach, so skinny old white lady with dyed red hair. Yep. So do the best you can to get it recorded. Comply. Don't fight for your rights. If they're threatening you as bad as they threatened me, then you had better have had a plan and hope that this isn't the first time you've dealt with this kind of moron. I don't care what their clothes are. I already said in previous streams, I grew up with everybody else in the big city and the county calling them the Blue Gang. That's before there was any Blood and Crips. That was loud, whatever that was.
That was me sneezing.
Oh. Bless you.
Thanks.
Gesundheit. So your plan, including checklist, better be, how do you cope with life when the surreal gets unreal? When the people that are supposed to be helping you are hurting you? Get yourself a plan. I'm not going to go any further into what my plans entail because I'm not anybody else on this planet. Elizabeth said, watch City of Lies. What happened to the sequel material? A guy who had a heart attack away from home did not have the drafts in his briefcase, and they were not in his house. Who took them? Yeah, I don't know. I will look it up. I put it on. I said, City of Lies. I haven't seen it. Oh, I didn't. I meant to write in front of that on the timestamp. See the City of Lies. See the movie. I'll keep it in mind. I have a written note right there. I'm going to look it up. I haven't seen it. But all of the above, yes, you have to. Like, say the police validly pull you over speeding. You were going 42 and a 35 and they pull you over. And they empty your pockets and it's the day you cashed your paycheck. I'm old. I can still say that. You just visited the ATM and you got $300 in your pocket. You were on your way home to do whatever legitimate thing. It's your money. You earned it. And they pop you out and they say, for your safety and mine, we have to pat you down and you, blah, 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 being recorded. They don't have to notify in North Carolina. Some states, they have to notify you. You're being audio and video recorded. And then they tap their body cam as if you couldn't have seen it. They must do that. That's why they do it. They're not being smarmy. And then you notice that the light isn't on that camera and they give you the safety pat down and dig that cash out of your pocket and slip it into theirs and then tell you, all right, have a nice night and drive away. What are you going to do? The only thing you can do, if you didn't record them, is go down to their department or call their department or look at their department or office or agency's website and figure out how to file a complaint. And now it's your word against theirs. To their own co-workers and bosses that we just discussed a while back. They are all very dirty and they're so busy trying to KIA each other and ruin each other's careers. Do you think they're worried about yours? Sorry, cops, you brought it on yourself. If I typed bad cop in Google bar and it was like, there are 0 results, I wouldn't be sitting here saying this. There wouldn't be an Audit the Audit channel. We'd be like, there's a good thing in America, we only have good cops. Unlike all those other poop hole countries outside of America. Fair enough. I don't know. Does that answer your question, sir? Oh, maybe he went away without notifying. I'm so sorry.
What? No, no. I didn't realize you were talking to me.
Oh,
Yes,
yes.
no. I was, as I said earlier when we were talking about it, is making reference to, you see all these cop shows, for one. Two, I have witnessed, like I said earlier when I was doing ride-alongs, this cop who boasted about, I don't go anywhere under 55.
Yeah, that goes to the same thing. I guess we accidentally came across it. Then tell him, get out of my cop car then, asshole. I mean, crass hole. Because I am a taxpayer, I am your boss. Or
Well,
you need to
I was
stop
more,
that, and I'm reporting you to your higher ups, which will make them laugh. Oh, yuck, yuck.
oh, I did report him. That's beside the point. But I was more interested in getting off that ride-along safely.
Yeah. Get and keep a dash cam that records
Mm-hmm.
through your phone or car into the cloud and give someone the passwords if you are missing or die for a plastic cover on your license plate to keep stickers from being stolen. Yes. Goes back to that. And it's something my wife and I discussed again this morning, or she told me, reminded me, refreshed me. Like, and it was coincidental. We talked about it, trying to talk about religious rules food leads to there's too many rules and leads to the story of, I forget the place right now, my brain ain't working. Where if they hit you with a stone or smack you or I don't smote you or I don't remember the terminology and you bleed, you owe them for being the victim of their violence. We are very much in a world, and we have to take it in relativity and comparison. Our government gets paid to make more and more and more and paper mill stuff so that they don't have to deal with real criminals. They can just keep, and it's something else I learned in a large metropolitan. They don't teach you this in the academy. I learned it, I think I've said before on lives, but for anybody who didn't hear the previous one, let me say it again. My meathead first ever field training officer, the very first thing he taught me was the code word. The very first thing I learned in field training, training, I should have just let the spell checker mark it, was extended. That means too damn busy to do anything. Stop calling us on the radio. Because we're going to go sit at the hamburger place where we may not accept free meals and have free meals and hang out. The very second thing I learned in terms of traffic in field training and law enforcement. The second thing in traffic, they called it a Tom car. T for traffic, T for Tom. In traffic, pull over blue-haired white ladies in Mercedes. Not a whatever, it's just what the guy told me. And smack their tail light with your mag light when you approach. And the reason for that was true story. I mean, in our fictional universe space opera, that's what the old gruff guys teach the new guys when you're in a bad place. Like, I'm not going to use the name of your place. You know, where the cantina with the cool music is. The previous space opera that I somehow have to steal everything from, but make it enough different that I don't get sued by George
Yeah,
Lucas. Yeah. And the reasoning why is because if you're not busy writing tickets, even if you did the damage, I mean, this is day one in the world. Blue-haired little old ladies pay their tickets. Especially if it's a fix-it ticket, you're not hurting her. You're not hurting that little old lady. You're not violating her rights. She's just going to pay her tickets. And we meet a quota that we don't have. We generate the revenue. It's a fix-it ticket. Hey, if you got a family in the auto repair business, just while you're leaning on her window telling her cool cop guy stuff, then you tell her, oh, I know a place that won't charge too bad, and send her there. Benefits of the job. But if you don't, and you don't keep yourself busy and make your fix-it tickets with cracked taillights, then you better be pulling over those bouncing lowrider, no plates, blacked out windows, gang mobiles, where all you can see hanging out in the windows is the gold-plated AKs. Your choice, cop. That's what I got taught. Yeah, it makes sense to me. I'm not going to smack nobody's tail. Can we get further extended? Can we get extra extended? Is there such a thing as that? So, it starts on day one. We're riding dirty. And then what happens? Now, back then, there wasn't so much risk. Now, everybody's got body cams and dash cams. The dash cams have got faded out, Elizabeth, if you didn't know.
Dude, now everybody's got a cell phone with a camera on it going.
I'm talking about the G-men themselves. The bad cops have to wear devices. To 90% of it is like go search. I think you can find some on Audit the Audit of cops. They're so brazen, and that was the word of the day that turned into the word of the year in 2015 here in North Carolina between me and Chad T 9LL only and all that. Brazen. They're planting the evidence in front of their own damn body camera. They don't even have the sense, turn sideways, toss the junk into the person in your framing's car with your right hand while your camera's facing left out in the traffic. No, just bend over there and do it. John Q. Citizen. That's another thing I learned in a police academy in a big metropolitan citizen. If they're not one of us, meaning our specific department, office, or agency, they're just John Q. Citizen. And it said very derogatory. They were doing it here with ladies in super nice cars on a certain part of the freeway. They knew they would stop, turn off the engine, take off their seatbelt, reach to their bag, and get out ID, etc. I told my dad-in-law. He told the commander for the state CHP, and that got stopped immediately, and a lot of tickets got refunds. Rich ladies, just pay it. It comes back as a guilty plea, and promotions come from, oh yeah, but see, we were very careful back then. I mean, they were hypothetically, fictionally, because it's just a fix-it ticket. It doesn't give them points on their thing. It doesn't on their insurance or their license. You're not really violating their rights. Come on, they're rich ladies. They can handle it. I'm not talking about G-men. I'm talking about people who put their phones on its little stand and it's recording right on their cloud. And it's voice control. Yeah. See, again, we're having communications are breaking down for whatever reason. I'll just repeat myself. Maybe I went too fast and mumbled. Get your devices, plural. You ain't going to get a device. You ain't going to get a dash cam that includes the back-facing camera after it does you no good. After the horse is left or whatever, now you're going to close the gate. I don't remember the cliche saying. It does you no good to get except for next time that hopefully never happens. Yeah, you've got to be recording them in some way. If all you have is the one phone, get it audio and video recording. And don't try to hide it from them. Tell them out loud. Their whole demeanor might change. And tell them, even if you're not, tell them I'm streaming you live to the internet. They might change their story. Oh, have a nice day. See you later. Jump back in their police car and drive away. If they're kicking your door in, don't get shouted by the police, please. Yep. But I was calling the police the G-men. They are the government men. And the higher up and the lettered ones, the FBI, the DEA, the HLSs, the Homeland Security, when they give them 3-letter agency names, they think they're so much better than all just their regular cops. True story. Go look at Audit the Audit. Let's do their little in-channel search. Federal. Racist federal cops get busted after a highly illegal arrest 6 months ago. Informed cops stand up to corrupt federal guards 8 months ago. Insane cop gets charged and arrested while on duty 7 months ago. Cops arrest ATF agent and get sued. Cop gets fired after apologizing to Army sergeant. See, the cops think they're over the military too, and the military thinks they're better than cops. Good luck, guys, with that one. A deputy arrests an FBI agent after a strange meeting. So, yeah, they're all this a little silly, a little funny, and take everything I say with a grain of salt, cop lovers. I'm still, you know, who you don't want to mess with. We can deal with all of ours. Hopefully, none of you ever have to deal with a truly red rummery, off the deep end, broken, bad cop. It could happen. Go search your Google bar for Mexican federales. Let's ask. Mexican federales. That's the federal police. That's all of their police. Both the Mexican Federal Army and the Mexican Federal Police. These are some serious, serious good guy, bad guys, yin yang soldiers. Go and then go read the book, watch all the movies, 2 versions that I know of. Man on Fire. And talk about rights violating corruption on a certain percent. There's corruption in all departments around the world at every level. Yeah, everything is relevant. Everything is by comparisons. No, I'm not saying. So you're saying that if an American cop violates my rights, it somehow it could be worse? Absolutely not. For you, you're an American. And it all depends on what is your experience with this stuff? What is your plan based on your training, knowledge, and experience at the time of the incident? So I hope that all sort of answers it, George. Just like I said earlier, even if you
Good.
are inside, should I hop on something else, or do one of you two want to say something while I go pee again? I'm having this. I should just change the title. More break than stream. Overactive bladder day.
Mm. No, you're good, man. I may be fixing to jump off though, man, because for some reason I'm getting really tired.
I wore you out. Go
Yeah, I'm just
2,
long day.
30.
But I'll talk to y'all tomorrow.
All right, sir. Have a good one.
Bye.
Thanks for stopping by. 7:43 p.m. Eastern by Bill and Break. The overactive bladder stream.
Don't forget to put up bubbles.
She's up. I shall be back. Already back at it.
Welcome back.
There was reason for this stuff, and it all did line up together.
I think we're down to Eric Bana actor.
Yep, all the other stuff, but let's start at the top. Even though I
Tech
already
failure.
did cover it, we just covered it. You better do some
Yeah.
planning before a bad or anything happens.
I was just going by the list you sent.
You
We
know,
did
I went
tech,
all the way up to the top.
yeah, tech failure, Yahoo. Oh, no, there's more above that. Recap. Who are you going to talk to and speak? Okay.
So
That
we're just
won't.
gonna mark this one off because we just talked about again. You better do some planning before anything happens in your life. Like we were talking about yesterday. What if there's a natural disaster? Have at least thought about it once or twice. The more
Oh, yeah.
planning, the better. Don't obsess about the weird thing. What are you going to do if an asteroid hits your house? Well, that's a little extreme. Did I get a NASA and Elon Musk alert on my phone 5 minutes prior, or did it just fall out of space and no one detected it? I don't know.
Before prepping was a thing, we would call ourselves survivalists. We didn't call ourselves preppers. And we had plans. And you know the difference between a survivalist and a prepper? Prepper's going to talk about it constantly. Survivor, he's not going to let you know about what he's got planned, where and when and how. Other than the people that are in his inner circle. They're the only ones that know where shit is. A survivalist ain't going to say shit. Why? Because you could use it against him. They had a TV show called Preppers.
Yep.
I thought they had to be the biggest, dumbest people on the planet. You're
Yeah,
planning for the zombie apocalypse or a World War III or what this, that, and that, and you're going to tell everybody where your shit is and how dumb you are and what you keep and how you keep it. And then they had that one guy who was showing his kids on how to shoot a revolver, and he wound up blowing his own, I think, finger or thumb off from the gas because he was holding it wrong.
Yep. Good.
I was like, that's enough of that stupidity.
Absolutely.
Just like Guns Plus out of Spring Lake, they had their own TV show for a while, believe it or not. And these kids, guys are so stupid. They, for practice, every morning when they open up the shop, they enter it tactically, like if they were having to rescue people from a hostage or burglar. If you're running up on your store and that you got a burglar, just call the cops. If they don't show up, then you can do something. But there were some old vets at the hotel that used to be across the street from them, which got taken out in one of the floods, just sitting there smoking their cigarettes, having coffee, and laughing their asses off. Yeah, I caught a glimpse of them in one of the background shots. That
Yep.
program didn't last very long
Good.
because
I'm sure as heck not looking it up because if you think you're gonna go in and kick in your own door and clear your own rooms, and best of luck to you.
I mean,
I'm gonna laugh and give you a Darwin Award when you shouted your own wife and children.
they
They
have a
were
decent
supposed to be at the shopping center.
they have a decent indoor range, but all their stuff is overpriced. That's where my father-in-law bought that purple pistol he took to the range with you one time,
Mhm.
and he spent $500 on that thing. And I was like, why didn't you come to me? I could have got you the same thing for less than half. They only sell for about 200, not 500. Was it SDY? I can't remember. It was this goofy pistol. His wife wanted it in purple. Well, she wanted what she wanted. I said, yes. But that doesn't mean you buy it at the first place you find it.
That's
Especially when you
another
know.
nightmare scenario that I will never understand. In a fictional world, there's a fictional firearms instructor trainer guy. And some dude brings out a purple people eater. Everybody that buys a purple gun, that's what I'm gonna call it. And says, can he give it a few shouts at the range in between his professional qualifying? Or could you? Because just got to make sure it works for me or you. Because my wife is going to use it for her defense, having never held it in her own hands or shouted it herself.
She wanted it because it was purple.
Yeah, but the husband didn't have enough sense, I guess, fictionally. Don't take it personal. We spanned off.
I agree with you.
Ladies, gentlemen, men and women of children and furries of all ages. You cannot learn a skill, especially not a mechanical one, by sending your significant other out in the world to hand it off to someone else to use it once or twice. That is beyond insanity.
Your mother.
To take it out of the personal perspective, imagine, if you will, you got a brand new hovercraft in your space opera because your alien friend in the space opera, they're not an alien on their home planet in their space opera. They love the color of it. So you're going to call a professional hovercraft driver to give it a once around the block, and neither you nor your alien friend have ever touched it. And yet now your alien friend is going to use it every day.
I will say this.
Okay.
I will say this about the company that made the is they have a great reputation. If there's something wrong with your pistol, send it back to them. They will send you pistol back to you free of charge, fixed, or another brand new pistol that they've tested. I have a friend who's a ATF federal firearms license holder, and he's had to send stuff to them periodically, and he's had great customer service response. That being said, the downside of that is how many pistols do you had to send out to get them fixed? That's not a great track record.
Yeah. Sort of the same thing, but we're back on target. Stay on target. Recap, repeat yesterday, Manny previous. For anybody who didn't hear any previous, or go back and listen to the previous, and you'll get to hear us say all this stuff again and again. Different fictional tales, I guess. Different plot holes, man. This is going to be just like the previous space opera, man. We're looking long. We're going to get 40 years and billions of dollars and sell the toys. If anything happens in your life, good, bad, or ugly, who are you going to talk to or speak to in confidence? Get that written down somewhere. that won't. Just like we talked about, could you imagine what if the boss sheriff in that earlier deputy got dirt on his boss, right? And then boss tried to red rummy his own employee. That won't. What if that day boss was like, holy cow, I just got my, to say it wasn't the highest up. Because we're dealing with people that work in law enforcement and security, and let's say we all just happen to be the same color skin. What if coworker or underling or boss or somebody in your law enforcement environment just went out in the world and got handed some life school? They got their butt kicked by some gangsters. And they said to you up front, I really, for the first time in my life, I want to use the racial slur. I really want to get it out of my system. Is that okay? And you say, sure, and reach down and hit your surreptitious recording device record button. It's probably that cold-blooded. So who are you going to speak to? In confidence. And I had it in the checklist already. It just worked out that we had a real good example of it. That won't tell you woulda, coulda, shoulda, all the things, and who won't use it against you later. They won't try to blackmail you with it. Or whatever other you call it, trying to make somebody do something, or else coercion, blackmail, all the things. And it tied together why I added my P equals my misses. I need to be careful about that because sometimes I better change that now. It'll get updated. Mrs. Spelled correctly. Thank you, Microsoft. Her word of the day, and I brought her back here into my computer room to look at. Could it really be after I'd already written? I didn't have any of this other above checklist done. The very first thing I had for today was Eric Bana, actor, and I was going to try to keep it about movies, but relate it in a bad way to just something. Because every time I hear Eric Bana, I think of my friend Dave Bananas. For a time, this was a friend. Everything has a season. And training scars about trigger reset. The chat said, Elizabeth said, didn't Furman do that in the OJ case? His commander sent him to the big city therapist for blue suits. Somehow he became the bad guy in the OJ case instead of the huge foreign international drug gang involved. Those gangs got overrun and now they wrote a book and movie out there on the subject. I don't really know. I know that there's so much controversy, and I always hated Johnny Cochran. Only because yet another superstar California lawyer.
Well, all I gotta say is
Probably because of he was good at it, and he was a bright, shining example of why I hate courts and lawyers.
all I gotta say on that case is, whoever the DA is was not a very good lawyer. Because anybody knows once leather gloves get wet, they shrink. If it doesn't fit, you must have quit. No, I will just prove that what leather does when you get it wet.
Except that, yeah, I understand, but yes, but yeah, but I keep saying don't say that, and then I said it. I apologize, sir. Let me
That's
say
okay.
and, however, but the flip side to that coin is everything you said is 100% right. The
From
job
the
of a
time,
DA, theoretically, is to win these cases and put bad guys away.
yep.
The real job in real America, in my humble opinion, is to keep getting elected. stay in power, scrape every cent you can out of your campaigns and hide it through, wash it off through your brother-in-law and have a suitcase full of gold and cash and the
In my
big
opinion,
office.
does that DA either failed or barely passed law school, or they were so corrupt they were going to throw the case anyhow. That's my opinion only, and that's dealing with what I learned about physical evidence, what materials do, and figure OJ was arrested on one date, the court case didn't come through months and months later, which means that if those gloves were covered in any kind of liquid, including blood, that leather would shrink and shrivel up and be hard to put your hands in. And did they even bother to say, look at his hands because he had arthritis real bad? Well, will they fit if your hands weren't so swollen due to arthritis at this time? So we'll get you treated for arthritis, then let you try the gloves on. There was no counter argument to that. It just
And Elizabeth clarified, I'm talking about when cops being careful on who they talk to. And yeah, I was specifically talking about cops because of the example I gave earlier. But in my, don't apologize, sir. Don't make me go back over that. Do not apologize. She just put a clarification.
I just went off topic. How's that?
No, it's
I didn't mean
fine.
to go off.
No, see, you're doing it again. Don't worry about it. It's all good. We'll either get back to where we were or we won't. Nobody in the world is hurty feelings over what happened. What just happened is conversations went where conversations went, and our ears hear something, and our mind says, oh, that reminds me of, and then we talk about it. It's good.
Yeah.
That's the point of it. But I was talking about, and I just used it as the example, because do you believe in the destiny of it? And it's just a saying I say. Man, it's coincidental. Coincidentally, it's not just the cops, everybody. And maybe the clarification was needed. Not for us, for our posterity. Somebody 10 years from now hopefully comes across this and says, wow, I wonder what they were saying. And oh, well, somebody typed in the chat. The guy's talking, talk some more. And now I understand it. All of it. Who can is that? Who can you? When I say do some planning before anything happens, I didn't say to you as a police officer or security person. I use those as example. No, this is for all of us, for every single thing. What are you going to do if you walk out your door and stub your toe over the door frame and fall down and scrape your hands on your driveway?
That's a lot.
Yep. But if that's as far as you get in your planning, if your idea is, well, I'll spit in my palms and rub them together because I like that gritty feeling. Well, okay, at least you got a plan.
Clean them, both soap and water, maybe some hydrogen peroxide, Neosporin, and if I happen to have a Band-Aid big enough, Band-Aids. Otherwise, oh well.
But occasionally events will occur that you feel compelled to speak to somebody.
Yes.
Make sure it is in confidence and
Yes.
that they won't woulda coulda you or use it against you. Figure that it's a very important part of all of my classes going back. I may have started saying that to people in the 1970s. It's part of why I call myself the world's most frustrated inarticulate. If I have something to say, I don't have anybody to say it to. I had no one I could trust. I could trust my mother, but she had a disability at the time. I didn't have to worry about her saying it to someone else, third party, that might go use it against all of us. Or she was just really good at, hey, is this top secret? Don't even tell my sister? Yes. So that kind of thing. And see, this is good, George. It all happens on. I saw the chats, Elizabeth. I scrolled it back. It's got a little down arrow on me. But I'm trying to finish up these thoughts as they happen. They all tie together. Back and forth. Eric Bana. After and I made her come, I said Destiny below Eric Bana and Dave Bananas. That was the only thing on the to-do list. What we are doing right here, a different way to say it. The word Bana, was studying her Bible. The long version that is actually somebody's name or title is Benaiah, or pronounced benny-yahoo, and that made me laugh because Yahoo was messing up our communications today. And the word Bana, Hebrew, means build or building. And she went on a very long thing explaining a lot of things and you guys talked about earlier while I was away for a minute, the horses and the everything and King David. She jumped back and forth Old Testament and New Testament talking about all these and other words. She's very well read and she studies. I do it no justice. I said, you want to get on tonight and do that again for an hour online? Nope. But what we are doing here is building something. Sometimes in this building of a thing, we can't predict and we're not going by an exact script. We have a plan that includes a checklist or an outline, and we're going for it. At the end of all of them, we had fun. Man, I had fun last night. Deep topics, shallow topics, and just staring at pictures on a TV show I've never seen. And so like this time, same thing. Now let's catch back up the chat. Let me scroll back down here. I just marked that one off. That's still working on checklist from the top. Recap, repeat yesterday and many live streams. Hebrew word Bana. Now we do the chat. So it led to talking about an OJ case. Let's talk about it. Okay, let me scroll back. Furman. Got that one. All right, it starts with the gloves. We can talk about she bought 3 pairs, one for Cato, one for the Gigolo, and one for OJ. How did one small one with blood get behind Cato's house? And Cato kept telling the cops, I heard a thump behind the building when they came to the door saying your friend is DOA. Who would do that? Furman was a cop. Yes, plan for everything. That is why I had 2 trucks and did not lend them. Yeah, don't lend your tools. In my work, I had to have vehicles at all times. So yes, both had warranties and lease cars if in for repair. But if I needed a vehicle to get to work as a teacher for kindergarten, I had a second car to get to work on time. That thousands of pictures from zombie movie discussion was hilarious. Yep, that was a freeform jazz odyssey improv theater that I wouldn't give up anything for. But what did you talk about important yesterday? I don't know. We were storyboarding our own craziness upon thousands of pictures from a TV show. That was important. Led to some OJ / Furman. I don't even know how to spell his name. Oh, and it's hard for me to say his name. Johnny Cochran. The zombie movie. That was important. All the zombie movies. And the cop talk. We talked cop stuff yesterday. Cochran. Yep, it's Cochran. Microsoft knows these things. Johnny Cochran. Smell the glove. That's the name of the movie the name of the record in This Is Spinal Tap. And glove fit discussions.
Another kind of rock and roll movie that's good is called the Rutler. It's a spoof on the Beatles. Ruttles. It's funny, but then again, you're doing a spoof on the Beatles. They were pretty funny with what movies they did too.
It's called, hang on, Spoof on the Beatles movie.
Start with an R. Ruttles.
Yesterday, Beatles parodies, The Ruttles, All You Need Is Cash, TV movie, 1978.
Yeah.
Coffee. I like Cochran and my friend who just got a job. Hold on. Go over here. Paste. All you need is cash. Not rated. It's high. I mean, it's not rated because it was a TV movie. It has no MPAA rating. It is rated or stars at IMDb 7.3 out of 10. And then Elizabeth said about Johnny Cochran. I like Cochran, and my friend who just got a job in the new DOJ and AG civil rights used to work with that office. Of course, Auntie knew all the DAs and county council lawyers and always knew real scoop on everything. Thank you for mentioning my integrity. I work in law enforcement and ER and a law office in the courts. Yep. Hey. Not even the appearance. Charts the adventures of the Prefab Four, possibly the most famous band of all time. I don't recognize it. I haven't seen it.
I saw it a long time ago,
Oh,
and I
heck, it
I
had
have
George Harrison in it. He played the
yeah.
interviewer.
I have somewhere. I have the album that came from it, from the songs they did.
Yep. Bianca Jagger, John Belushi, Dan Aykroyd, Gilda Radner, Bill Murray. So it was Ron Wood from Rolling Stones. This is full of famous people, including some of the Beatles themselves.
Yeah. Well, look at Spinal Tap. I mean, the people that were in Spinal Tap. Eric Idle was in Spinal Tap.
It's amazing, this computer magic. Man, the IMDb is slow.
Oh,
They,
look, yeah, about to say
it,
it's Saturday Night Live from the 70s. That
yep,
whole crew was in it.
sure is. I'm scrolling a couple other pictures. Oh, I'll give them a Radner. Rip.
Jeanette Charles, the one that played the Queen of England, she actually doubled for the Queen for some things too.
One day I'll get a hold of it. Check it out. One day, maybe. Oh, kid brought his uncle to share for sharing. It was Bill Murray.
Just look who's in it. I mean, the pictures. I mean, that makes it funny.
Mm-hmm. So we are building something. We may not know exactly what it is, but we're taking our little pieces one at a time and working on them. Hopefully someday it just boom, all of a sudden we're famous and now we're
I mean,
hiring
speaking of
help. So I don't have to keep the log.
music, the song, I think it was Jeremiah was a bullfrog and had mighty fine good wine. That was his attempt to make a religious song. A religious ballad. He didn't expect it to catch on like it did.
Music. I don't even know how to spell that. Is it J or G? Jer,
J,
Jer.
as in like Jeremiah.
Maya was a bullfrog. Fix it, spell checker. Yeah, just like that. I think that needs a capital W. I think so. It got one now. I don't gonna look up the lyrics.
I just remember having to sing that as a kid in school.
Hmm.
And go to find out it's actually supposed to be a religious song.
Hmm. Yeah, well, man, maybe we should just look up Gilda Radner and skip the rest. Leave it for tomorrow. I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't know yet. Again, man, then I have to figure it out and get emails sent at least 7 hours prior. Thanks, Yahoo. Dang nabbit. Welcome to the internet age of instant communications.
It was done by Three Dog,
Yep.
written by Hoyt. It was his attempt to do a religious ballad.
Mm.
Oh, and that's a line from that's the name of the Joy to the World. If you wanted
To
to
all
put
the
that,
boys and girls.
yep.
Joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea.
I had to learn it Sunday school, first grade, third grade show. Just like I remember third and fourth grade, we had to learn the recorder to play and the schools got together for a concert. The North Carolina Orchestra was playing, and all the kids that had got the recorders played along with the symphony orchestra for a
And Elizabeth said I was a Sunday school teacher and taught kindergarten and preschool and used kids songs and youth protection trainings. Jeremiah the Bullfrog and a smiley face. Joy to you and me. See how polite they were? They said you first. Gilda Radner.
Gene Wilder's wife. He always considered her funnier than him. He was an actor. She was a true comedian and funny. I think we lost Gene Wilder last year or the year before or this past year.
Gene Wilder Wiki. 2016. Time has no meaning in the intergalactic. There is no time and space.
He did he was in a movie called The Little Prince. He played the fox. One of the best renditions of that particular story that I've ever. where the little prince draws a picture and everybody thinks it's a hat, and he says no, it's a boa constrictor that ate an elephant. Oh, I see that.
And Elizabeth said, we also wrote Yoko, and she gave the kids permission to create Imagine projects around the world in memory of John. Recently, wow, been a while. Still like to watch Willy Wonka. Yep.
Oh yeah, that's of the Willy Wonka movies. That one and the one that just came out are the best. I did not like. I'm not a big fan of Johnny Depp's rendition, which is was it Willy Wonka and the Chocolate? No, where he played Willy.
Yeah, I don't remember. The Chocolate Factory, maybe.
But anyhow, the one that recently came out was very close to the.
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. 2005. Johnny Depp. It's rated 6.7 out of 10. I guarantee you that's just because of fans of Johnny Depp.
Oh,
He
I'm
can
sure
do
it
no
is.
wrong.
I'm sure it is. I mean,
Because
Tim is always
I'm
Pirates
just
of the
going to shut up
Caribbean.
about it.
Not a big fan.
It's another Tim Burton film. When I stare at it, and I really try not to be biased, and there's some Tim Burton films that I really, really like, but I can't tell the difference between his 2 or 3 Batman movies, Edward Scissorhands, and this, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. If it's Tim Burton, it always involves the Oingo Boingo guy doing the music, and they're all the same. Some kind of extension of Beetlejuice.
No, I like Beetlejuice.
It's just somebody else's. Obviously, I'm obviously the outlier. It's just not my
Well,
thing.
I didn't care for the movie. I thought it was trying to be too creepy. When if you read the book, it's not supposed to be creepy. Johnny Depp plays a drunk, and that's all he is in the Disney
Pirates, yes.
Pirates of the Caribbean. If I want to watch a drunk, I'll go to a bar.
See, Elizabeth said, I do not care for Burton. He makes his crazy or even weird too hard for me to take. Depp fans are interesting. Got involved with them during the trials. Due to lawyers and legal interests in the international and family law issues, ended up getting into being hated wrong person by saying a few things. They want him to be perfect and all. Yeah, and whether it's whatever it is, look at how fans of Elvis were, or the Beatles, and fanatics both ways. Look at the Joker that thought he was saving the world by getting rid of John Lennon.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to Elvis in Hollywood, it's either really good or really bad. It depends on what you want out of the movie. If you just want a fun musical, he does pretty good. Yeah, he did I think 3 serious roles. One he sang in, the other 2 he didn't, and they were westerns. And his 2 westerns aren't half bad, but Hollywood wanted to ride the coattails of his fame as a singer. So that's all he was able to make or allowed to make was those, you know, teen movies.
Elizabeth said, I did not like the first movie. 3 of the others were actually good. The last one, not so much, due to drugs and his legal issues. He understood it when I posted to his friend's account. She did not. He laughed. She did not. Yes. If they didn't want him behaving that way in the movies, then they would have had him behave differently. He is a full range. There's a lot of Johnny Depp movies that I really, really like.
I liked him when he was much younger, and for the first couple of seasons of 21 Jump Street. Um,
But if you got offered, as long as you
if you
could
got
do it
offered the money that
exactly the way
he
he did it by Disney, to do that in that movie, you're telling me you would say no?
no, I'd
I'm
do it
I'm a
just like the
Shakespearean
money.
actor. I will not reduce myself. Wait, you said how many tens of millions of dollars? You want me to fall down? You want me to be Three Stooges?
It's just like when he was in Fantastic Beasts and Where You Find Them, Fantastic Beast movies. He did a good job playing the bad guy. I think they did it wrong by bringing someone else to take his role because he was having issues, and that was stupid. But that's Hollywood. They go with the flow of whatever's making them money for the most part, except for the past 4 years. They've been going broke because they haven't been making movies that are entertaining. That's what people watch movies for, is to be entertained. Whether it's if you happen to learn something, that's fine. But mostly what you need to be is entertained.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be like I'm trying to explain. It absolutely, just because you don't like it doesn't make it a bad movie or show or whatever. That
No,
means you don't like it.
right. I'm
If
not a
you
fan
have
of.
reasons, like I have reasons, I've never seen Frank and Weenie. I love The
Either.
Corpse Bride.
I'm not
Back
a
on
big fan
Tim
of
Burton.
Crybaby. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Crybaby, which Johnny Depp's early movie.
It's a surreality flick that I'm not a fan of it. I've never seen it again, but I like, what's his name? Roger Waters, the Pink Floyd guy that, I think it's that guy that made that movie. And Elizabeth, what's her name?
But I did like Beetlejuice. Admit that. I like the music. I like Wednesday, the Netflix TV show. I like it.
Oh, I
But
loved
then,
Mars Attacks. See, I had totally forgot Tim Burton
oh
had
yeah,
anything to do with Mars Attacks. Love it. Ed Wood was okay. Johnny Depp. Tim Burton and Johnny Depp have a thing.
apparently
They work well together. I like.
they have yet to get through. I've heard it's good. I just have not. I get bored too fast with it. Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter.
Yeah, I haven't
I
seen
kind of
any of
like.
it. I've seen it advertised. I haven't seen any of it. The
I kind of
Nightmare
like.
Before Christmas was good.
I like James and the Giant Peach, but that's. I mean, that was already written for him. It's a story, kid story.
Elizabeth said, I love the final speech in Beast when he has at the war scenes and whatever. It was great theater and writing. Rowling's is not one I read a lot, but she did a great job writing that. Sweeney Todd was the first time I realized that was the story about history was in the story.
Yes,
Waters, yes,
and
he
that's the
was
only
a
reason I didn't
friend
care
of
for
the
it.
Ryersons and that friend of Jennifer's who was at UCLA and PA for him as well as other big producers.
The whole reason I didn't care for Sweeney Todd is I knew the truth behind the story because I had to study that particular story years back when prior to we had a guest speaker at FTCC who ran the Scotland Yard's Black Museum, and it has nothing to do with race. It was just what they called it, because that's where they stored all the famous exhibits from things like Jack the Ripper and death masks and hangman's nooses and stuff like that by invitation only to go see the museum. But the curator came over here and gave a lecture. At the time, he was also considered the leading expert on Jack the Ripper.
I never knew that the Johnny Depp version is Sweeney Todd colon the Demon Barber of Fleet Street.
Yeah.
It has a really long title. I've seen it one time, and all I'll say about it is I didn't hate it, and I sure didn't love it. It was not good, not bad, just a movie to me. Given that I really don't like Tim Burton movies, except some of them.
The only one beyond the shadow of a doubt I can say I like was Beetlejuice, the original. And I do like the show he did for Wednesday. But again, I'm an Addams fan. I'm an Addams Family fan from back in the comic strip in the New Yorker. My aunt used to save me the comic strip. She took the New Yorker, but she'd been taking the New Yorker since the 50s when she lived and worked in New York. Now Helen Bonham, what's her name? I like her as an actress. I've seen her in a lot of things.
I wonder why sometimes when you view your channel, it shows it alive, separated, and sometimes it shows it in line with the others. I don't know. Life is magic that way. Building. This builds upon that. This builds upon that. Another part of the whole thing of. Hang on. The detective on the recent documentary of Black Dahlia suggests his research that his father was the abortionist in Los Angeles, and the crime similar. My friend was the restoration architect on the Gentleman's Club indicated in the Los Angeles Ripper cases. And they did a Black Dahlia, and I don't know who did it. I like the movie. Not enough to buy it or ever look it up again.
The only reason we own the Pirates of the Caribbean is Jen really likes it.
Yay. 2006, The Black Dahlia. Brian De Palma, another famous director. Josh Hartnett, Aaron Eckhart, Scarlett Johansson. Big famous stars in it. 2006, The Black Dahlia. Now, let's go back. Is there another one? Elizabeth said recent. There's a Black Dahlia haunting in 2012. Like I said, there may be no time and space. It might be so new that there's no IMDb page on it. And she typed, Bana, banana, a cool thought on what we are building. And all can build in communication. And it takes free conversation, meditation. Yeah, sometimes you got to think a little bit. Sometimes you just get to talk. Like sooner or later we'll get around to it. We'll look up something else and play with it like we did the zombie movie last night. But not for 4 hours or whatever we did with the zombie movie last night. Oh my gosh. I had a really good time, but not doing that again tonight. I'm tired.
No.
Oh, yeah, Bana and bananas. Which, of course, led to Once Upon a Time. The Bana equals Hebrew. What time is it now? Oh, 5:55. I keep putting this off. All right. She typed it in the chat. We're going to it.
We're
Thank
not talking
you.
the Banana Club where you had the elephant, the dog. 1 banana, 2 banana, 3 banana, 4.
Yep.
I'm gonna guess that's the only pops in my head. You
We're
know what I'm
talking
talking
about,
about?
yes.
Okay.
We're talking about that I was sitting there thinking thoughts led to by yesterday and other days and something else. And I don't remember what else. The thoughts that were in my mind about, let's see what I want to talk about today. And I wanted to talk about, for no really good reason, other than it was on my mind, Eric Bana. And,
Oh.
oh, I remember why. Because of his movie, and I wrote it in the checklist. Eric Bana, Munich, 2005. We'll talk about that in a minute. So that's why it was the first thing, Eric Bana, actor, on my list. And then when I was still working on list and everything else, and whenever we talk about Eric Bana or I think about him, because of the real name of a guy I knew for a while named Dave, codename Bananas, long before there ever was a Sweet Anita with her wonderful Bananas video. Eighth wonder of the world.
Banana!
Yep. Nanias, I loved them.
I'm not allowed to eat them anymore.
And then after getting some stuff written down and thinking some thoughts and looking up some lookups, I walk out there to get some coffee, and Mrs. says the word of the day from her study was Bana or Bana, short version of the Bible person known as Benaiah. And she said, that's not how you say it. I don't care. That's how I say it. Pace and go, Benaiah is a figure in the Bible who was a valiant warrior and bodyguard to King David. Oh, that's why she said, check it out. You're always talking about the protectors and the bodyguards. He later became chief of the army under King Solomon. And his name means the builder of things. All Bible names are also have meaning, or they are titles, not necessarily names. Benaiah is a common name in the Hebrew Bible. According to the Wikipedia, the most famous Benaiah, but in different pronunciations and different spellings, it might be benny-yahoo. So anyway, I'm not going off on the Bible tangent. It was just, oh, for reals. Builders. And part of the building thing that she was talking about is that, of course, it goes back to, and we've discussed it many times. I've got it in the notes. Go, people, you can search even if it's in the transcript, go search previous streams for foundation. And the many lessons you can learn, whether you want to believe in it and base your theologic / religious / faithful beliefs in it, or call it a collective book of very fantastic stories that you could learn something from. The one thing that's very clear in the Bible, and I've got it on my G-word pages about concealed carrying, the whatever, is that you got to build anything you're building. And now I'm paraphrasing several repeats of the same thing. Build whatever you are building on a solid stone foundation. Right?
Yep. That's the reason I hate Common Core Math. They don't build on a good foundation. So these kids cannot do it without calculator.
Mediation as well. I'm certified as a trainer in mediation. Started many community mediation and family law court mandated and violence abatement projects, and the need to listen. I'm about the worst at doing this years out from doing meditations, but I'm going back into training. I may have misread. See what happens? Because it's on a tiny little screen and I left the lights on, so my screen is reflecting LED lights and it's very eye fatiguing. But I'm going back into training since this is a big part of my work, keeping legal agencies. Yep. So build whatever you are building on a solid stone foundation. Anything less, and it's nothingness. My wife could probably right now tell you 5 places where it says this is a composite character like Eric Bana's in Black Hawk Down. This is not a real person. This is a composite character in fiction. I just composited several lessons and exact statements into whatever you're building. You better build it on a solid foundation. Yes, another kid song, build on the sand, build on the rock, or build on straw, or a rock, sand, and straw, the little piggies and their problems. Yep. You like what, Josh?
I like Black Hawk Down. I just have a hard time watching it because I knew people that were there.
The guy that ended up hamburger torso on a bridge was my precision rifle instructor. His name is Randolph Randy Shugart.
Well, I also know some other things, with Clinton, when they asked for permission to go fly cover from the aircraft carrier, Clinton said no. That's the reason I have no difficulties believing that Hillary Clinton denied those people access to backup, and those others attacked the embassy.
Yep, and the guy, remember the big old bear of a guy, and he tried to help out and everything else down there in Fayetteville. Chris, not going to say his last name, got all blown up and tore up and mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual over there in Mogadishu, Somalia, 1992. And Eric Bana played a composite character, a non-existent. It's a fictionalized version, amalgamation, or pouring together of all the tales that the writer, directors, everybody heard from the real people that were there. You can go see the special features too. Yep, the little coinkadinkalies. Who knew? And as if you don't get enough hearty breakies in your life, what are you going to do when your heart gets broken again? Well, go lay down in the yard late one night and howl at the moon like a wolf, and then get up and get ready for the next time. Could come again. What do we learn from these things? So we're gonna go look at Bana and look at the movies and hopefully not activate everybody and each other too much. But if we do, we do. It's all good. It's cathartic. Bana makes Dean think bananas. And how could this possibly be? The guy in Somalia that taught me stuff. Man, I've been writing some notes. I did good. Did good today. Didn't do so good yesterday. Dave bananas and training scars. 10-4. 10-4 is speech for, okay, roger that. Got it on the CB or the police radios.
The origin of 10-4.
No, I'm not going to look him up. We're just going to say Dave. Dave Banana. Plural. Dave Bananas is one of those one of those incredibly heavy hitting secret squirrel guys of ours. He is the most super duper light-hearted, goofy, lovable dudes. Hugs everybody. We used to call him Huggy Bear. Everybody's got nicknames, and none of them ever involve his name, especially because, he was that kind of guy. He'd give you the shirt off his back. Oh no, you ain't got no ammos for your little shouting match. Here, let me give you 1,000 rounds. I get mine free from the army. I mean, shh, you didn't hear that from me.
Well, in the SCA, I used to be known as George the Gentle Giant.
There you go. Hang on. I saw the chat. They all three scrolled in at once. Elizabeth said, yes, I have my veteran groups go howl in what we call beach screams. Yep. Or mountain screams. Yeah, but we always say, bring at least one person along so you do not get shouted for being crazy. Yeah. Don't get picked up by the cops. My boss at ER used to go out to her car, turn on the radio as high as possible, and drive around the block until she was calling in. Then come in, back to work. Even had a similar beat, broken heart recovery ritual. Yeah. Whatever you got to do, whenever you got to do it. In confidence. Where it can't get used against you like that. You don't want the cops to come saying you're acting erratically. Dealing with it, man. Just dealing with it. So 10-4 is the date that we found out in America about the Black Hawk went down on 10-3. Late in the evening over there, and then you do the whole time warp of international timelines and compared to Zulu time. 10-4 is when it was all big news over here. Well, in celebration of the... I'm sorry, what?
From? I was
What?
talking about the radio term 10-4. What is its origin?
No, that's just a coincidence. It's another thing when people say 10-4, I think. Are they saying Roger Dodger or are they saying October 4th? What? That's just me. No, 10-4 has been around a lot longer than that special date. And we talked about earlier. A lot of people tried to figure out for a long time what was the significance of September 11th, 2001. People go, oh, you're one of those Omega Code conspiracy theory nuts. Dates are very important to certain, especially the kind that will sacrifice themselves for XYZ number of virgins and all these promises of infamy and everything. Certain types of people in our world based on a religious, not according to their scriptures training, according to their private club sub-sect that operates probably not correctly in the name of some religion. So what was important about the Tongo ambush is that it happened on October 4th. A bunch of Nigerians and other, I don't remember all the names, Boko Haram's, other ones, all these and they all start in their early, less than 10 years. The ambush remains the largest loss of American lives in combat in Africa since the Battle of Mogadishu in 93. I think I said 92 earlier. I meant 93. '92 was the riots in Los Angeles. The Battle of Los Angeles issue. But the important of it was, could they take advantage of whatever and do it on the same date? Dates are very important over yonder. What's important to me about October 4th, 4 October 2017 is Dave Bananas. Dave Bananas, after doing much work in overseas world, became an instructor trainer back here at home out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina. He had some new, what we call baby operators, baby guys, baby tough guys. We have all kinds of nicknames, and he was mind frozen. Anybody that could get activated by the word that is, it makes G words go bang. I misspelled it with Q's instead of G's, but I'm gonna say it because this is what it's called, real world. They Bananas bought a crew of these brand new. They just finished all their heavy hitter schools. Had some of them had little floppy hats, some others didn't. That he was responsible for their training in every way. And he brought them to me and Chad Thompson because these guys had what the military guys call training scars. Their super secret squirrel special forces deluxe 911 guy had seen some videos on the internets and had a class or two and got hung up on this trigger reset. And I should have got mine out so you could hear it. I could make it make the sound. In modern, especially Glock, other brand names, you have to buy a special one that makes what they call an audible and tactile reset that you can feel in your finger and hear in your ears. When the slide operates like it's supposed to on a semi-automatic G-word, it resets all of the mechanisms, and as you let the trigger under absolute control go forward, there is a point where you will feel it in the trigger and hear it in your ears where it kind of goes click or clank. That is as far forward as that trigger needs to go for you to set the thing into action again. If you jump your finger all the way off, speed is the economy of motion. And time to travel. The farther you travel, the longer it takes. The purpose of super high IQ people inventing a tactile and audible reset to the trigger is not for you to sit around waiting for it. It's so that you can, in practice, learn it because it's teaching your mind, your ears, and your finger to know exactly how much wiggle do I got to go to be busy on this thing doing what it and I were designed and improved through military training over decades to do. You got to play that instrument extremely fast, Eddie Van Halen fast. The tool is designed to assist you in the learning. Points out was about her forcing an end to land and sea mines to keep the slaves in line. Her foundation makes much of this clear. She was funded by the sheik who loved her and of course helped his sons Friend in her work. Oh, you must be talking about heart recovery ritual. Princess Di. So Dave Bananas brings me these guys. He says, you've got to fix them. You're not going to believe it. I don't know what to do. So we put them to work. Let me see what is going on. What are you talking about, Dave? They were so abused by their special forces drill instructor that if he couldn't hear their trigger resets, they had to dump their weapons on the deck. Didn't matter. Long gun or short one. Rifle or the other. So they were all standing around. They would all draw their G word and fire at the same time. And then from left to right, you would hear click, 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 click. And when the last one clicked, they'd all fire again. It sometimes was taking as much as 4 seconds for 5 to 7 guys. 4 seconds between rounds. I said, I'm going to fix that. And man, we went to work. Holy cow. Because they had to slam all of their stuff on the deck and run up and down the mountain with their rucksack on or do hundreds of push-ups. If they went too fast and DI, drill instructor, couldn't hear their individual trigger resets. These guys were horrible. We put them through an IDPA competition and they finished last. I fixed it. I went and got Chad Thompson and others, and we got so that now they don't reset at all. You can't hear it. Now get to work. Undo it. And if guys that do certain work in certain fields and hang out and help each other out and fist bump, gather a sort of, these are my peeps, and the young ones I always call my babies. George, you've heard me say it a million times, right?
Yep.
These are my babies. They're my G-word babies. If nothing else, and she's talking about a 30-year-old guy that goes overseas and spreads democracy for a living.
Well, your Dave Bananas. When was it? What year was this? 04?
You know.
I mean,
In 2017, Dave Bananas brought me these guys to do training to get
okay.
rid
All
of
right.
the training scars. And later that
Okay.
year, they went and got unalived in the Tongo Tongo ambush on 10-4.
No, the only reason I was asking is I've known quite a few in the special forces community, but not that recent. And you said they're special forces training NCO. And I was like, oh, if this was in 84 and a certain person I know knew about it, he'd have busted that training NCO to private and then beat the crap out of him.
Oh, I begged. Can you guys get me on the reservation and let's do a class? I'll be the private contractor class and make sure that idiot's standing downrange. Because you cannot teach any level. You cannot, please, G words, deities. This cannot be for real. Is this really happening? You are teaching our guys to go over there and get unalived. That's what you're doing. Yep, true story. The heaviest hitters of the heaviest hitters. I mean, democracy spreaders. As you know, I'm reading the chat. As you know, I do not recognize titles or self-appointed words to people. Di herself understood that when I recommended her to give to go visit Lizzie Taylor for how to deal with the horror of the media. She did come. She became such a great person for people who had AIDS, and those two ladies made so much of the help for victims. People do not realize how many kids, spouses, even parents go HIV from soldiers who came home from deployments infected by brothels. Yep. And all the other good stuff. So anyway, could it
You talking
happen
about
twice in your life that people you trained with or got trained by or taught by went overseas and got unalived? Sure can.
or at least disabled. I had a friend I used to game with went over to Haiti, and due to the mosquitoes in Haiti, when he accidentally rolled against his mosquito netting, he got bit so much on the arm. His forearm was bigger than his thigh. He had to medic vacuum out to drain the poison out of his arm. And due to the other thing over there in Haiti, he had to be tested every 6 weeks for AIDS from those mosquito bites. Yes, one mosquito bite will not transfer AIDS, but that many, thousands of mosquito bites can.
Yep.
But just imagine someone's forearm bigger than their thigh, and that's mostly mosquito poison. Haiti, I know why that person that we talked about in the I hate Trump, Biden forever, he's not going back to Haiti. It's a fecal matter hole.
Yeah, you should have done something about it yourself. I mean, hey, people coming here to America. I don't care how hopeless you are. You better stop off somewhere south of our border. Ask a Mexican, hey, who's standing there with their smartphone. Excuse me, could you tell me, is there a way for me to get into America legally from here? And you might want to make home in Mexico. I don't know. I don't know how it is down there. I don't care.
But from Haiti, you could have gone to Panama or Puerto Rico, definitely Puerto Rico, and entered through that way. A port of entry.
I don't know. I don't know all the details, but I don't care which president you don't F my president, dude. Get out.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I understand why he doesn't want to go back to Haiti. That's all I was saying.
Oh, obviously, it sounded to me like he was saying, hurry up. I want to go home to Haiti.
Yeah.
It's a F my
Yeah.
president.
Well, I'm just saying his words were, I'm not going back to Haiti. Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. But here's another misconception a lot of people don't get. Haiti, which is a country, the Dominican Republic, which is another country, are on the same island.
Yeah, and there's a dangerous fence and wall system built in between them.
Yes. And the Dominicans hate the Haitians.
And vice versa.
I'm
That,
sure it's
it,
vice versa, but
it's,
I mean,
yep.
the Dominicans really, really, I mean, even American Dominicans hate Haitians. My little brother's wife is Dominican. She's also retired Navy, U.S. Navy. No, it's we want to take care of our country versus we want other people to take care of us. Haitians want everybody to take care of them. The Dominicans go away, we'll take care of our own people.
Welfare states don't work. Go eat them cheesy satellite phones that Hillary Clinton threw at you out of helicopters.
But
Oh
I
my
mean,
gosh.
just look at aerial photos comparing Haiti to the Dominican Republic. It's like, holy crap. And the only thing separating them is a chain link fence.
I don't even know how to
Or
spell
actually
Haiti.
couple of chain link fences, but still. I mean, another prime example of things that are done and don't work. South Africans trying to kick out all the whites, whereas now Kenya is trying to bring their white farmers back just so they can grow enough food.
In a mad, mad world. And here goes Mad, Mad Bladder again. Do you
Okay.
mind if I take a moment's break? I don't care if you mind or not. I'm going to take a break. 9:07 p.m. I'll read the chat right when I get back, Elizabeth. I promise. Getting back in it. I apologize for the many, many tinkler breaks. It has happened sometimes, I guess. Yesterday, yesterday I had less frequency, higher quantity. Today, it's both. The chat said, the sad thing is, those such as Nelson Mandela or even Gandhi were educated but did not have the business sense to make things work. I have friends in South Africa, related maybe 400 or 500 years back to pirates who bought land and built plantations. The whole idea of welfare state reminds me of Dean's story of the native barfing contest in the Sunday church parking lot. Yeah, people that don't have to aren't going to. Welfare states don't work. Spare the rod, spoil the child. I heard that somewhere. I don't know where. It doesn't mean beat your child. The rod is used for guidance. If you don't give them guidance and discipline and, oh, what do we call it? Consequences for bad behaviors, then they're not going to, of course, do better.
Well, it's just like the saying, children must be seen and not heard. That's horseshit. If you don't let them talk, they won't learn to talk. I mean, the number of people I've met who's never really had family dinner or meals together, and their speech is so bad. I don't mean from a stutterer or something like that. I mean just grammar and enunciation. Speech is something you learn, and
It's a
that's
practiced skill. If you don't practice it, if you're not afforded the opportunity, you won't learn how to do it correctly. Which reminds me of a movie I love, love, love.
I mean, in my family, it was mandatory that we all had at least one meal together, sometimes two. But as a family unit, if it was just me and mom, it was just me and mom. We had at least one meal together, most likely dinner, and that's when either my parents or grandparents would find, what did you do today? Type
Yep.
routine.
Elizabeth said they do not want kids to talk. They want them to do the work, take care of them when they are old, but as slaves, not a family that loves. Yep. True. I concur. I
Yeah.
agree. If we're wrong, type it in the chat and tell us not that we're wrong, how we're wrong, and provide us a link to somewhere to educate ourselves. But I agree.
But generally the parents that want that don't get that.
Speech unpracticed and underdeveloped. Movie 10 out of 10. I give it 10 out of 10 before I even say what it is. Jodie Foster and the Taken guy, I can't ever remember his name. Nell.
Oh yes, that is a very good movie. Also filmed in North Carolina.
IMDb. Nell, 1994. I bet I've probably seen it 20 times between 94 and 95. Maybe 96 ish. And have never seen it again. A beautiful young hermit woman with many secrets. A small town doctor discovers Nell in a remote cabin. Oh man, it is rated. Look at this, rated 6.5 out of 10. There's something going on. They're trying to make me mad. You won't make me mad, IMDb, with your fake stars, because you heard me say it before I clicked it. It's Jodie Foster, Liam Neeson. Sorry, sir, I always forget your name. Natasha Richardson. A lot of stars. And it doesn't really matter. They're all stars, even if they weren't. For everybody's work in relaying and portraying and making this fantastic to me. I guess I'm wrong. 6.5. 10 out of 10. And that was fabulous. You've seen it, George?
Yeah, I hear you.
I said, have you seen it?
Yes, multiple times.
Okay. Give it some numbers.
I think it's an 8 minimum.
8.
But I'm also
Men
a Jodie Foster fan.
slash 10. Me too. Even though she has her own special, you always know it's Jodie Foster. She couldn't do like, did you know that was her doing like voice in a animated or something? Yeah. If you've seen it, Elizabeth, or whatever, holla. No, 1994. Give it some numbers, or didn't see it. If you didn't see it, put it on your list of movies to see recommended by me and George. Mm. Oh, chickpea, Chickapay. It's so good. Oh, Liam Neeson without his shirt. That's what I really like about it. I have not seen it. In most years, working 21 hours equine therapy, a full-time Caltech job to pay for it, and also getting my MA and PhD, and missed a lot of films. Yep. I count myself lucky that, like, back then, whatever I was doing and running my own computer business, I could turn on the movies. Man, I'm going to leave it there for a minute. That picture of Jodie Foster, well, I can't line it up the way it was. It was just the very top of her. There it is. Wild staring eyes or something. Academy Award just for that right there. How her eyes looked and eyebrows looked. All right, now I'm going to scroll it. What other pictures do we have from Nell? Wow, look at that. There's a portrait. There's a painting. I kind of like it. It's somebody standing out in silhouette on the little stones in the middle of the pond or lake with all the mountains in dark around them. I guess I should try the screen sharing so George can see it in real time. They done good. That's a good actress. I don't remember what else she's been in. Oh man. Got the little flowers. Try not to pause too long. Don't want to do spoiler alerts. Jodie Foster bouquet. Can't show that. All right. Who are you, lady? Natasha Richardson. Known for The Parent Trap, The Handmaid's Tale, Made in Manhattan, Asylum. Nothing new since 2010. All right.
Hey,
And that's all that.
keys.
Oh, there's a lovely picture. Jodie Foster with her one hand, all her fingers pointed down. It's as if she were a hand model. The other hand, feeling something imaginary that's not there. Very good, very good. Yay, Nell. There's a good picture. Should have used that for a thumbnail today. Nope. I used Eric Bana with his shirt off. Beware world. The beat, beat, beat of your heart, heart, heart. Well, should we go Eric Bana or should we keep going off script and put him off till another day?
Whatever you feel up to.
Let's do the Eric Bana stuff. We already did part of it. 06. 39. At last. Whatever that song is. Eric Bana. Already sort of did. Black Hawk Down. I think it's one word. Black Hawk Down. Ref Randy Schuga. That's probably spelled wrong. Maybe it's not German spelling. It's got weird spelling. Shug Hart. Oh yeah, it's because the nickname for the people that really work with him called him Shug, like waitresses say sugar. Oh, I should have just clicked. Ha ha, silly me. Randy Sugar. October 3/4 ties to Tonga Tonga. Let's do why I wanted what was on my mind this morning. Wasn't all that. It was Eric Bana. Oh boy. In Munich. Just something somebody said or some other thing. Hold the line, please. The private message said, speaking of movies, last night I sat through A Few Good Men. You Can't Handle the Truth for the first and last time. Total waste of 3 hours. Chickabay is a good movie, except for one scene. The chat private messages said it's been read into the record. Oh, let's not scroll all of Eric Bana. Let's just type MUNICH. 2005. Eric Bana. Daniel Craig. If his name's pronounced Bana, I'm so sorry, I guess. After the Black September capture and massacre of Israeli athletes at the 1972 Olympics, 5 men are chosen to eliminate the people responsible for that fateful day.
Also known as Operation Democles. Or no, excuse me, that one was Sword of Gideon. Operation Sword of Gideon.
Put your tough people clothes on. Steven Spielberg. Lots of good writers. Eric Roth is a movie star and writer, or a movie actor and writer. Daniel Craig. Lots of people, lots of famous people. It is very well did. And once upon a time, I went to another guy's. We get along. Yeah. Things have to get serious before we're the ones that we're on each other's call list for. I have to speak to somebody that won't tell me woulda, coulda, shoulda, or say anything that's going to really infuriate me. And thankfully, we have not had to call each other.
When was that movie you're looking up came out?
2005. It's been
And it
almost 20 years now.
must be the second movie, because I seem to remember there was another movie made in the 80s about the same thing, and I think it was called The Sword of Gideon.
We'll look it up in a minute. Hang on. Let me make a note.
I think.
Munich, 2005. Previous movie about that episode, incident, time/episode. Sword of Gideon, question mark.
1986.
We
Same story.
will certainly look it up. I may have seen it and just don't remember right offhand because, anyway, the guy that I know, I went to his house one time and the movie Munich, Blu-ray or DVD or something. Modern casing, certainly not VHS, was sitting on his coffee table. I said, "Oh, Munich, the Bible." I made a comment. He knew what I meant. He said, "Yeah, man, I love it. And every time I watch it, I cry." And I said, "Wow." Other movies affect me that way. Make my eyes itchy. So it's make my eyes watery. I don't tell people which ones. Maybe one day. But he was very open about it. He said, "Yeah, every time I'm sitting around thinking, I need something to do," or He's another one of those. He cleans his G word every day. He wore it to work. It's dirty. It's got to be clean, oiled, taken care of. So, almost every night. Well, sitting here at my coffee table doing my G word cleaning and oiling. Might as well throw Munich back in and make myself eye water a little bit. Rinse the day out of my eyes. And it's just something. That's what activates him that way. This is an extremely well written, well done tale of what it's like to do that kind of work or live in that kind of world involving, guess what? Israel and not Israel.
It's Cinema Review. It's available on YouTube.
7.5 out of 10 according to IMDb. And I know, that's a nice high score for IMDb. I would rate it much higher. You said what?
Under the channel Cinema Review, apparently if it's an hour and 48 minutes, is available on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't.
No, it's not. It's
I,
clickbait.
yeah, I don't trust any of those editors. If it doesn't say YouTube movies and TV or TV and movies, whatever the official YouTube is, I scrolled a long way. I don't see it. There's all kinds of stuff you'll see, and I don't know. I don't click those. I don't know how they could be getting anything from you by clicking it. I don't know what that is. I don't trust it. Let's see what Amazon/IMDb say. You can rent or buy it on Prime Video from $3.99 or buy it at Amazon. There may be other places, but we're only doing what we know doesn't get us fired from the YouTube. But especially the really tough stuff, like these people in a time in the world, you might have to unalive women and or children. Can you do it? Will you? Tough stuff type of stuff. Sort of getting in 1986. Thrillers and actions. 7.1. Chronicles of the Mossad team of Chronicles A Mossad team handpicked to hunt down the terrorists involved in the 72 Munich Olympic massacre of Israeli athletes. This is a long one, 3 hours. Again, lots of big stars. Once upon a time, Rod Steiger. Man, I hadn't thought of him in a while. A lot of big stars. TV movie. Maybe that's why I haven't seen it. You can rent or buy it at Amazon. Take the question mark off that, comma, 1980, not 16, 1986 TV movie. But just so you know, this happened in 1972. This war fighting between Israel and not Israel and secret squirrels and all the other stuff is not new in our world. Stars Michael York. A lot of famous people. Oh, I didn't mean to do cast. I meant to do photo. They don't even have any photos of it. Like screenshots. Hey George, if you have an IMDb account, go grab yourself some screenshots and upload them here. It says add a photo plus. Anyway, it's got book art. Somewhere in the world it was called the Moonstrike, German title. Trying to think what exactly it was. I don't remember. I didn't write myself a note. I was like, man, you mean you haven't seen Munich? Something somebody was talking about or saying about, like, the problems in the Middle East started October 7th, a year and a half ago. Not quite. It might have been a little bit longer than that. And all that jazz. Eric Bana. So we did Black Hawk Down, we did Munich, which led us to talking about Sword of Gideon. TV movie? Not Eric Bana. I think I put Troy on the list. That's the one everybody likes. Everybody likes Troy. Eric Bana? Yeah, sure. Munich, 2005. And of course, Troy, 2004. But a whole lot of Brad's Pitts, and other famous actors and actoresses, if that's how they identify. Troy, 2004. I like it. Probably not 10/10, but I do like it a lot. I don't know how much. 8/10, 9/10.
Oh,
Troy.
another good one to check out that deals with this similar subject. 21 Hours at Munich, which is actually about the incident that happened at the Olympics. And I was attempted to see, but I had my mic muted. Is I can remember sitting at the TV at my grandma's house in Durham watching the Olympics and the newsreels as this was going down. So, it's one of those things that you kind of have a vivid memory of.
Oh, yeah. And again, it's another TV movie. It says, and this one you can't watch at Amazon, but Amazon does tell you it is streaming at MGM Plus and MGM Plus Prime Video channels. So, and two more. Let's ask two more. You can rent or buy it at Prime Video from $2.99, and you can buy it on Blu-ray or DVD at Amazon. But if you're signed up to,
or you can buy it for VHS tape.
Yeah, if you're signed up to the MGM services, you can watch it. 21 Hours at Munich.
What are the two other ones? That's it. It's a good one. I mean, it has William Holden in it.
About the Olympic attack, not the aftermath.
I really didn't learn why they were doing it until afterwards, but I still remember all this stuff going down, just like with Idi Amin Dada and the terrorists, Red October. What did they call them? Yeah, I think it was Red October. The terrorist group that flew the plane into his territory. And of the plane full of hostages, they lost two. The old lady that they took to the hospital, and one of the young men who stood up to get to his fiancée when the Israelis, they were saying, if you're Israel, if you're not a terrorist, lay down on the ground. And he stood up to go get his girlfriend, and they shot him. Because they figured anybody standing up with a gun or standing up, period, were a target.
Yep. Elizabeth said in the chat, Israel was going on big time October early in 1971 because on your second birthday, Jennifer went to temple in Ron's car, which she had not noticed had a bullet hole. in the window, and he, a Vietnam veteran against war, was in New York and had left it in our driveway, in the way. We got a huge amount of helicopters, FBI, etc., who searched the car and found the sawed-off shot G-word under the seat and rushed the house. My junior league, women's auxiliary, and both churches and temple moms and kids were terrified. That war was started by an American old bag who bought land in the desert and put in, waiting for it, fencing so no one lived there 30 or 40,000 years could get to the water holes. They cut the fences, she shot them, they shot back, she screamed for the cavalry, and there the war started. And we got a party of shock with some of the richest wives and kids in California. It is a kind of small world, isn't it?
Well, I only really kind of sort of knew about it at that time period because there was a, lack for a better word, a deli that my dad used to take me to for breakfast on occasion. Even though he wasn't minister in 71, the Jewish community still called him rabbi. For some reason, they always referred to my dad, even though he was a Lutheran minister, as a rabbi. And it just, when you're in certain communities, you get to hear about things, but regardless of how big or small you are.
Yeah, sorry, I'm typing. Israel/Middle East issues. We can't call problems anymore. That spread all around a small world. What I particularly remember at the time, and somewhere I have probably the whole downloaded home front page or screenshots, and I know I've got screenshots of it, of the San Francisco Chronicle one day in one of the famous Zodiac days.
Yeah.
And there was big important stuff in the Bay Area when the Zodiac killer was at work. But Zodiac was like below the fold. That means, for people who don't understand newspapers, it means below the read more or see more clicker. You never know what you're missing if you won't. Newspapers, when big sheets of paper had printing upon them, and they were put in little boxes where you had to go put coins in them and buy them or get them from the stand, the street merchants mostly. They were folded in half. Anything below the fold was considered useless.
Look, I remember sitting around the kitchen table with my mom, and occasionally for fun, because they were funny, we'd read the classifieds in the one.
Yeah. The funny papers, the funny pages,
Well,
the
I'm not
comics.
talking about, well, the comics, yeah, but I'm just saying the classifieds, the way people would put in their information for what they're selling or giving away or whatever was so funny. You know, it's like, if you want a good laugh, go start reading warning labels on product.
Elizabeth said the Zodiac turned out to be a Vietnam veteran with untreated PTSD. Just saw a new documentary on it, but waiting for the serious research papers to be published. Yeah, it's been within the last 5, 6, maybe 2 years that the FBI hasn't signed on yet. But they haven't said no yet either, where most dealing with that, the FBI is like, no, no, no. Yes, classifieds were fun. Now is con man online out here in California. Yeah. So below the fold, where I was going to with that is that the Zodiac was big news, very important, local.
Yeah.
And it might have been the publishing of when he sent one of the letters and demanded if you don't publish it. San Francisco Chronicle, I think, was the newspaper he was harassing. I'll do XYZ more red rummeries and all this other stuff, holding all of the Bay Area hostage. Well, Islamic terror, exclamation point, was everything above the fold. Zodiac, and all as important as the Zodiac killer was below the fold. And it was one of those this morning, what all this, man, holy cow. We really need to have some school in America. Can't you even watch a movie? Go see Munich. It covers, like, if you really want to know, and all you're going to do is watch shows about it. Well, we got 3 of them up on the screen right now and we talked about them. Hang on a second. And then, without a written plan, I was ordered to go eat. So I guess that's going to end that. Unless you just want to talk and read the chat, George. And
No.
below the fold, Islamic TE**OR was.
Because I agree with you. You need to go eat.
I have orders, whether I want to or not. I really want to play online and like go look at Troy and handsome, super handsome
Did you finally have chili last night?
Brad Pitt. Oh yeah, I didn't do the sun-dried tomatoes, but yeah, had my chili. Very tasty. Hang on, let me read Elizabeth. And I'm gonna have to type in the chat and tell Elizabeth. In about a minute, you're gonna hear, I gotta go. She said, go eat. It's time to eat. I said, yes. Elizabeth said, have you got called away? Got called out. When you're called out, you come out. Have you realized how much no attention is now on about New Orleans and the Nevada Trump Hotel stopped after both turned out to be untreated PTSD veterans? Yep. Yes, orders. Go eat. Be grateful. Love and hugs. Thanks both for a great discussion day all. Good night. Let's put good night. Called away.
And I'll talk to you later.
All right, sir. Thank you. Have a great night. 07 03 33 called to dinner. Gotta go. Thanks and good night. Emergency. Gotta go. Ending stream in 5, 4, 3.